Thank you very much, my colleague. I'm joined by two ladies, Deputy Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, Bernice Swartz, as well as the Minister of Water and Sanitation, Phemi Majodina. Let me start with the Deputy Minister. You're looking beautiful, ma'am. Look at that. Because OPA is not only about politics, fashion is involved. There is a red carpet. They are walking here. Tell us about your dress.
I decided to go with the South African flag. We are in a GNU, but before we even get to a GNU, all South Africans should embrace that they belong to the Republic of South Africa. We should all first understand that as South Africans, we are in a GNU that all South Africans should embrace. The voters have put us in what we are as the GNU because it's their democratic right. They voted in the way they voted. So I decided today that I'm going to wear our South African flag because I'm proudly South African, but also to tell South Africans that they made their choice at the polls and we're in the GNU and all South Africans must make it to work. That's why I chose this theme.
All South Africans, including fishermen, we always have an outcry around fishing rights. What are the priorities of your department for this administration?
Our priorities are basically based on the forestry, fisheries and the environment. But in terms of fisheries, we know that we have not yet done well in us doing well in the ocean economy. So our focus will be to actually bring out the ocean economy. In fact, I've even told the people in the department in that division that I would like us to see in South Africa having an ocean economy college or a university, because we cannot own the harbors and own the ocean but do not have black people who are actually part of the ocean economy. And especially women. We want to see women docking ships, we want to see women being part of the ocean economy, but in fact growing the younger youth, so that one day we are not all the time saying sea harvest, we will say Mdluli harvest. There must be a black name to the ocean as we go along as South Africans. So we are looking forward to that, but especially looking at focusing at the young people, even encouraging them to study the ocean economy. But the only way we can win it as South Africans is that we should one day have an oceans economy college or a university so that we can holistically say we are building the pipeline and that the economy can be standing where we actually say that black people also own the ocean economy.
Briefly on the environment, global warming, climate change, we've seen what has happened in South Africa, the floods. Today it was raining in Cape Town. Thank goodness the weather is like this now. What pieces of legislation are you intending to bring around, if ever? What are the plans of the department when it comes to the combating the effects of global warming?
Climate change affects everybody. It affects even the countries with all the budget and all the money in the world. So us as South Africans, what must happen is that out of the 15 years that we have where we have been doing research and in doing investigations, is that we must start teaching South Africans what is climate change, so that even the lady in the street who is selling tomatoes understand that there is something like green fertilizer and what it means to her market. Because I think that is where we have done a lot of research. We are on par. We are part of climate change. We are part even of green recycling at Saldanha currently. So we have people who know what it is to do green recycling of the ships. But for me, what is important is that we need the ordinary people, even the person in the shacks, to understand that when you separate water to get oxygen, what it is to them as people living as ordinary South Africans. But I also think the just transition is something that we need to also school South Africans around, because we know we can't just jump to a just transition, because if we do that, we've got 100,000 people working in the mines in South Africa. So if you just jump to a just transition, we have not yet been prepared to say that those people need to adjust their skills, so that by the time we actually get to a just transition, the skills are also there.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Minister of Water and Sanitation, Phemi Majodina, you look stunning, ma'am. Please turn around. We want to see your outfit. Look at that. Look at that.
Proudly made in the Eastern Cape in East London. So the reason why I always go to the rural women is because they have that thing, man, when they take the garment, they communicate a story. When they take each and every bit has a meaning. they cry, they rejoice as they make that. But as I was busy with door to door, what they told me was that every time there is opening of parliament, we see ourselves in you. As rural women, poor, we see ourselves in you because you were the way we are. And we know that you are also going to speak in Xhosa, not conscientiously. So you'll speak in Xhosa in a language that we understand. But that is part of empowerment of rural economy. And with me, I always feel proud to give support to our people.
Conscientiously.
Okay.
Ma'am, you have made history by being the first Chief Whip of Parliament in so many years to finish her term. Proudly.
That makes me very emotional because I was leading leaders. I was putting together 11 parties to ensure that we pull forward and we don't drop the ball and finish the term. And I've done that with all the sacrifices, with all the challenges. But gone are the days where people say, now I'm the only Chief Whip who has finished the term, and I'm proud of myself.
What words of wisdom, ma'am, do you have to the new Chief Whip now, Dumiseni Ntuli?
Work with everybody. Don't have people that you favor. Be firm at all time. Stand by what you think is right. Then, if there's anything that a person does not like, you'll deal with that later on. But be firm. Embrace everyone. I led at the time, difficult time of COVID. I lost 24 members. I lost 19 staff members. But here I'm still standing because I always had faith that tomorrow will be better. I led at the time when Parliament burnt down. I had to be creative and innovative to say, how are we going to work with such a big caucus? And we have made it.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I'm not going to talk about water and sanitation.
But water
today.
is life, sanitation is dignity. You must talk about it.
Peter Trins
is not only our department. We must work with COCTA, we must work with education. Because sanitation budget is spread all over. We must bring it together. When we get into a school, we must work together and finish.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank
you. My colleague Bulelani, take it over.
Oh, such interesting comments coming there from the red carpet. And it's just very interesting seeing all these people coming through. Zero accountability at this stage, but very interesting listening to the various leaders that they had spoken to. Just waiting for people to come into focus so that we can see who it actually is. But I believe Bulelani has someone with him, Fundo.
Indeed. Bulelani, it's over to you.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues. Of course, now I'm going to take this conversation forward with Labour and Employment Minister Nomakosazana Methe, who now joins me here in the precinct of the Cape Town City Hall. Ma'am, thank you so much for your time and your patience. And just with this opening of Parliament speech by the President, I suspect that job creation is going to be the cornerstone of that speech. Do you accept the proposition that unemployment in South Africa is a national crisis?
Good afternoon to you, Bulelani, and your viewers at home. Let's first say happy Nelson Mandela Day to all South Africans. Yeah, the issue of the numbers that are shooting up in terms of unemployment rate, in particular youth unemployment, are a matter for attention, a speedy attention. We are hopeful because we have seen the strides that this government has made in the past 30 years. We know there's been disruptions in terms of recession, in terms of COVID-19. But yes, now we are starting to see economy growing, even though the issue is that the economy that is growing is not matching the population growth, and at the same time, the issue of an economy without jobs is what we need to tackle, all of us. But I'm happy with the 7th administration continuing from where the 6th administration have left. There is some consensus in terms of, say, all political parties that are in the GNU. They are about creation of jobs. And we as the Department of Employment and Labour, we want to ensure that there is improved economic efficiency so that we will be able as a country to create decent jobs and retain them.
My question again, do you accept the proposition that the unemployment levels in the country are a national crisis? I ask that deliberately because if you accept or if you don't accept, then it determines the pace or the speed or the urgency that you need to undertake in terms of addressing the problem.
Yes, I said, Bulelani, I accept that the issue of unemployment is an area for intervention and urgent intervention by government and all, because business is important to come hold hands with the government and also labor in ensuring that jobs are created. So we as the watchdog, as a department that has been given that mandate by the Constitution to ensure that there is economic efficiency, is the work that we'll be doing starting from now moving forward in the next 5 years, working with all partners that must help us, in particular the departments like your DTIC, the departments like your DHEAD, the departments like your small business development. We shall hold hands, working with the presidency in particular on the economic reconstruction and recovery. As I am saying to you, economic growth that created jobs has been something that we benefited from the past in South Africa. But because of many interruptions, as I said, recession and COVID-19, we saw the bar going down. So we need all of us to put hands on the deck and ensure that we work tirelessly for the creation of jobs.
Now, what has been your advice or from your department to the president in terms of how we're going to address the issue of unemployment in the country?
Remember, I'm only 14 days in office.
Your department.
The department has been playing the advocacy role, in particular in terms of the policies that need to be in place, working with the relevant departments. As I said, we are the watchdog of ensuring that there's employment and there's economic growth, but we must work in partnership. So we've been contributing in many submissions that we've done, including the issue that there is neglect, that is both business, labor and civil society, that we lead as a department. So the way of working together, the partnerships and ensuring that there is conducive policy environment in our country, ensure that there is growth, there is economy and there is attraction of investment to our country. So that's the work that we've been doing. Then we'll continue from the work of the sixth administration to this administration in being this voice of saying, South Africa, we need to have an policy environment that attracts investors as a government, because we can't only be the ones that create jobs, hence the importance of attracting. But we are happy with the work that the president has done, in particular the conferences that the president has convened, targets that he has put that also were surpassed in terms of what must be the investment environment in our country. So we are happy with the outcomes of those conferences. We shall be at the center as the department to ensure that we contribute to what needs to happen and ensuring we're coming together as government, private sector and labor to the creation of jobs.
Minister Nomakosazana-Meth, thank you so much for your time, the Labour and Employment Minister. Of course, we wish you all the best in your responsibilities. I know you've got a tough task ahead. I'm going to ask Mr. Dr. Wanda Mahlatse to come and join me into this conversation. One of the members of the Progressive Caucus, of course, you took part in that meeting earlier on. As the UAT, what would you expect the president to address when he opens parliament this evening?
I expect him to impress the market. I expect him to impress the DA. I expect him to impress the white power, the white privilege. There is nothing that he will say that is for our people, because already the DA are against the amendment of Section 25, but their Minister Nyoto from the PAC in Kanu. So I'm not expecting anything that is positive.
If you were in his shoes, what would you boldly announce as the strategic direction for the country?
I think you talk about now, I can't announce now. Firstly, they had 40%. And then if you put the 15% from MK, and then you add with 9% from EFF, you have 64. And if you put all progressive forces, you have 70%. Then you can amend Section 25 and share with the rest of the country. You see, so that is where it starts. I can't announce now. Firstly, you are supposed to merge the progressive forces. And I'm not talking about black people. I'm talking about the people who are progressive, who want to address the wrongs of the past.
So would you say that the ANC has made a wrong choice in selecting its partners?
The ANC has made the wrong choice. I'll tell you what, there's two ANC here. There's the ANC that is center-right, which has power. And there's ANC that knew that if we can invite our brothers, the ideology is the same. Now we have a concussion now of different ideologies, different policies, and it has already started. So if the PAC can push for land expropriation without compensation, then we can start counting days for the GNU.
Quickly and lastly, what's the plan of action for the Progressive Caucus come this evening?
The Progressive Caucus firstly must unite Africans and put them in one room. We must also accommodate each and every party because we're from different parties but same ideology. And that is implement the black programs, that will implement the African programs and ensure that our people have the land back and ensure our people don't sleep with hunger. The reason the UAT was formed is because of hunger. All those things will be addressed in a Progressive Caucus so that at least we know that even if we say free education from the level of primary, secondary and tertiary, but that child must eat before he go to school. Even if we say we support the free medical system, but that patient must eat before they take medication. So the issue of hunger is in the center. Now the problem comes. Who is handling that sector? The ANC has given journalists and the agriculture.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Wanda Mahlatsi, the leader of the UAT. For more reaction, we cross back to Samgele on the red carpet.
Well, Bulelani, we are indeed at this. Well, Bulelani, we are joined by the Speaker of the KZN Legislature, Nontombeko Boys. Speaker, yesterday you had a case in the court in Pietermaritzburg. How did that particular case brought against yourself as the legislature and the Speaker by the MK party go on the composition of the portfolio committees, chairpersons?
I think the matter that was dealt with yesterday was the agency, which they wasn't granted. But I think that we're still going to have time to argue the merits and the demerits of the case at a later stage. So for now, we know that the matter was not urgent. We will wait for the courts.
What truly happened in the composition of the portfolio committee chairpersons in the legislature?
As we had taken out the statement where we said that the composition of the legislature was composed in terms of the Constitution, you'd know that the Constitution requires you to take proportionality and also the issues of minorities. So that's what we used. We used our own rules to ensure that there is proportionality, but also there is representation of the minority, because our constitution in South Africa is unique in the sense that it allows for the view of the minorities to be heard. It's something that has been done all over the years, that whilst the minority parties grouped together, when you go strictly proportional, you might not have a portfolio committee allocated. But when you include two ratios, you end up arriving to that. But also the Constitution allows, it says that the legislature must also have its own rules and measures that will allow the legislature to ensure that the spirit and the word of the Constitution is taken to place, and we use that.
Did you do it over the prescribed days that are there allocated for the composition of portfolio committee chairpersons?
I think that if you'd remember that when we went there, we said that we'd framed a ruling, because rules are not read in isolation. But now you want me to argue a matter that is still going to be argued elsewhere. But what we used are the rules of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And where I am standing, we believe that what we applied is what we have been applying over the years, and it's what the court will stand if the case gets back to the role of the court. It's what the court will have to decide. But I believe that the Constitution, for a reason, says that these matters must be decided by the legislature through its rules, and it's for a reason.
Thank you very much to the Speaker of the KZN Legislature, Nontombeko Boys. Tell me, the pen phenomenon, do you know about that pen phenomenon of, supposedly of Begimtolo, giving your and those particular GA or GPU members one pen to vote upon, which was construed as instructing MPLs to vote in a particular direction?
What is a pen phenomenon? What is a pen phenomenon? I don't know what is a pen phenomenon, but I will tell you that I'm very particular about pens that I use. It's known in the legislature that you don't just give me a pen to sign. I'm very particular, and I use the pens that I use, and I was just checking my handbag. I have the type of pens that I use everywhere I go, and I will continue to use that. So I wouldn't know that there's something called a pen phenomenon.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Well, it's what your detractors say there in the legislature, saying that particular MPs were given a certain pen color, and that is how you could see if certain MPs voted the other way for the MK party.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't know. Because when you go to how the Constitution instructs the election of the Premier Speaker and Deputy Speaker, it says it is done in terms of Schedule 3, and Schedule 3 doesn't have observers that are, so I don't know. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Just going to bring Bossa, leader and chairperson of the Appropriations Committee. Mr. Maimane, how's the being the chairperson of that portfolio committee going?
I think it's an important portfolio committee. I think for South Africans today, when we listen to the speech, it's going to be important for us to know how we're going to save for growth, how we're going to ensure that we deliver economic growth for all South Africans. And that's the fundamental focus that we are looking at as South Africa going forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maimane. Mr. Dr. Mkhize, how are you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you?
The 2 million rands VBS issue, what's happening there?
No. You leave it to the ANC, will deal with that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mkhize. That is the former Treasurer General of the ANC there. We had to ask him, what am I doing to you? You are getting VBS money and you are complaining to me.
What VBS money? I'm not there. Njani.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Lula Macha.
Thanks, my colleague. I am joined by Fasiha Hassan, the youngest ANC MP in Parliament. One of the youngest. Let me first talk about your dress.
Yes, so I'm wearing a traditional Indian outfit. It's not only Mandela Day, it's also a celebration of our South African culture and really who we are. And it's also really about celebrating why we're here today, which I think is really the diversity and non-racialism as well of South Africa.
As one of the young persons in Parliament, what are the key areas that you as a person personally would like to see this 7th Parliament focusing on, especially on education where you're serving?
We're quite excited for this particular address by the President. We know it's the first one of the 7th administration, but we really want to hear about young people, about some solutions structurally to youth unemployment, how we're going to bridge the skills gap, but ultimately about how we center youth voices at the agenda, and how we become more than just youth tokens, how we be a part of the decision-making process. And that for us is quite critical going forward.
Talking about education matters, when we talk about the distribution of NSFAS to students, post-matric students, students in higher learning centers, what do you think should be strengthened to make the system accessible to all and the distribution fairly?
I've recently been deployed by the ANC as the whip of the Higher Education Portfolio Committee. NSFAS falls within that. And of course, we know that NSFAS has been riddled with a number of challenges. They are now put under administration, and there's a few important things that need to happen. The first is we need to get NSFAS back on its feet. We need a board and we need to create stability. The second is around accountability and mismanagement. Those are huge issues and interventions that need to be had. But the biggest, most important thing is we need to ensure that all the resources that are going into NSFAS ultimately end up for students and for young people, who of course are the very reason why we created NSFAS in the first place.
There was a scandal that broke out at NSFAS before the 6th Parliament adjourned, and NSFAS was never called to Parliament to account on that. That scandal involved the former higher education minister, Blade Nzimande. Are there any plans as this new administration, new parliament, to call NSFAS to account about that scandal?
Rest assured that the portfolio committee will be calling NSFAS to present and appear before it. There is this particular issue, but there are a number of other issues, including their annual plan, the budget, etc. So I want to reassure all of our listeners at home that the matter is not being put to rest. We're going to ensure that we get down to the bottom of it, and more importantly, we want to, as young people, have a bigger say in how NSFAS is run.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to tonight.
With that, let me cross over to my colleague Bulelani.
Well, thank you to you, Lulama. Of course, the Umkhondo Wesizwe Party, aka Kwazamkhondo, is also here. Sihle Ngubane is the chief whip of the MK party here in Parliament. Thank you so much, Mr. Ngubane, for your time. Firstly, going into this evening's proceedings of the opening of Parliament, what do you expect the President to address?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. As MK party, we don't expect anything new. It's just a wastage of money in a sea of poverty of our people. So obviously this president will say same old, talking about improvement that doesn't exist. The unemployment rate is high, our people are poor, so we expect that the president will be rhetoric as usual, promising heaven and earth that they can't deliver anything. This government has no solution for our people. All what they have to do is to get out of the power and give people who have solutions. You can see that they've ballooned the executives. They have useless deputies, that deputizing 2 deputies on position. All what this president is doing is protecting his last term so that he cannot be impeached and removed. So there's nothing new you expect from this the speech that will come out of president. It's same old, nothing new that you'll get.
But if you were in his shoes, what would you be saying to the nation?
If I were his shoes, I will I will table a letter of resignation and give other people a chance to do better things. For the 5 years they've been promising, they are failing to solve the load shedding, they are failing to create employment, they are failing to solve our economy, to make our economy work, they are failing on everything. So if I were in his shoes, I will send a letter of resignation and give other people a chance who have thinking capacity, who knows how to revive this economy and create jobs and do everything and remove the poverty from our people. That's all what I will do if I were him.
But if you're talking about the issue of removing the government, are you not concerned, or are you not sending a message that you want to remove this government by undemocratic means?
No, MK party doesn't do that. They don't remove governments with undemocratic means. So we don't do that. In South Africa, there's nothing called coup. That's coup if you remove a government in an undemocratic government, in an undemocratic means. That's not MK's type. MK is a party of professionals who are coming here to contribute positively in uplifting the lives of our poor.
Now you've assumed the status of the official opposition. What is your strategy going forward in terms of playing that oversight role over the executive?
Our strategy is nothing new. As an official opposition is to poke hole in this government and tell people the truth about how useless this government is. For the past 5 years, this government has failed to do anything to improve the lives of our people. As an official opposition party, that's all what you're doing. You've seen our budget votes, how we've looked at all the empty promises this government has been doing. That's all what we'll be here to tell the people the truth about how lousy and how useless this government is. And all what they're doing is just blue light brigades who are coming to loot and promising our people empty promises. We'll assist our people to show them the truthfulness of the hollowness of this government. That's all what we hear for the best times. MK parties here will be just doing that, an official opposition.
Lastly, on political party matters, how did the pre-trial of former President Jacob Zuma go with this ANC's disciplinary committee?
So the pre-trial will continue. So I think you can find out from our media person about those things, and our legal people will give you an advice about how those pre-trial of our president is going. So leave the things of the president to the president. He will explain himself how the things that are being called on the court, hounded on some disciplinary processes that are not supposed to exist. He will answer on those ones with the legal advisors of our party.
Why is it still holding on? Why doesn't let it go?
You can't let it go when you are being called. It's the people who have charged him, the courts, the ANC and everyone that have called him to court. Our president is a law-abiding citizen. If you are being called to answer for whatever reason, for making the right choice, for voting for MK, for campaigning for MK, when they call you to come and answer, you have to come and answer. Our president is a law-abiding citizen. He will respect them and he will come and answer where he's being called.
Thank you so much, Sihle Ngubane, the chief whip of the Umkhondo Wesizwe Party. I'm going to bring in Steve Swart from the ACDP. Please stand for me there, sir. Thank you so much for your time. As the ACDP, what do you expect the president to address tonight?
We want the president to bring hope to the nation. We've had an election, the people have spoken, and we know the challenges, mainly on the economic front. Joblessness and job creation is what we need to see. We want to see an upliftment of the poverty levels of our nation, and we really believe this is the opportunity for the president to deliver a stirring speech, but not only as he's done in the past with lots of plans, to have the implementation plans. And we see with the new cabinet from various political parties that they've got the new capacity to do that, to implement that. And I know the voters will be requiring that we bring hope. Leaders need to bring hope to the nation, but not an empty hope, hope that can be fulfilled given the challenges facing our nation. And so we're very excited to be here. As you know, I've been in Parliament for almost 25 years. This is such an exceptional, the political landscape has changed dramatically. And we as the ACDP will continue to play that constructive role that we always have played.
Are you confident in this government of national unity, given the contradictory policy positions of the various political parties within?
Well, from the ACDP's perspective, we're really trusting and praying that it will succeed. Because if it succeeds, South Africa succeeds. And we deal with the economic crisis facing our nation. We deal with the fiscal. We deal with the crime issues. So we really are trusting and hoping and praying that it will succeed. But again, there's a need to even watch that government. Who's going to be the watchkeepers over the government? And that is why we have chosen to play that constructive role as watchkeepers as well over the government, and to ensure that proper oversight is exercised over this new government with all the various elements that consist of it. And so you know that I've served for 25 years in the Justice Portfolio Committee, and it's an honor to continue serving that role and holding the ministries to account, whatever political party they are from, to ensure that justice is served for our people.
Thank you so much. Steve Swart, he's from the ACDP, of course. He's saying that there must be somebody who holds the executive accountable in Parliament. And for more reaction, we cross back to you, Samkele.
Well, Bulelani, we are just sorting out issues pertaining to
All right, those are live visuals there from just behind us where our reporters are, Samkele Maseko as well as Bulelani Phillips. Some very interesting conversations we've had. Professor, I just want to take you to the conversation around unemployment. Mm-hmm. When Samkele was speaking to the minister, rather Bulelani was speaking to the Minister of Labour, they spoke about the crisis point that we find ourselves in, particularly when it comes to unemployment. And this one seems to be that one contentious point, because all political parties, especially within the GNU, agree that unemployment is a big problem. But it seems the path to resolving this unemployment issue is where they actually seem to have divergent views. The Democratic Alliance believes that the low-hanging fruit is to revisit the conversation around the minimum wage. They actually want it to be done away with, saying you cannot have unions here imposing certain wages which lead to the private sector deciding to shed jobs. What is your position on this one? Would it become a big problem for these political parties?
Yeah, so I can't comment on the various economic and political things, but the interesting thing here is, if you look at the framework agreement that the parties in the coalition government agreed to, they can only make a decision, substantive decisions, policy changes and so on, if there's sufficient consensus. In other words, the ANC and the DA has to agree. So the minimum wage is not going to be scrapped because the ANC is not going to agree. There will not be sufficient consensus to do that. At the same time, whether the DA's pet projects in the economic field will be adopted, no, because if the ANC is against it, it cannot happen for as long as that framework agreement is more or less respected.
It will be quite interesting, honestly.
So the interesting thing would be, is there a way for the parties to kind of fudge it to meet each other halfway? So for one of the things I will look for tonight in the speech is to see what is there some indication of whether the president is going to come and speak as the ANC president, or is there going to be an indication that there's some attempt to meet the DA halfway and the other parties in the coalition halfway? of course, that is in the political realm. So, yeah.
Indeed, it is in the political realm. But listening to John Steenhuisen yesterday, he seemed quite confident that what we're going to hear from the president today is something similar to what the Democratic Alliance has been calling for. They said we're going to hear of a reform agenda which is quite aligned to their own policy. So it will be quite interesting to hear. But I believe Samkele Maseko has a guest with him. Samkele, it's over to you.
Indeed, we are with the minister in the presidency, Minister Khumbudzo Ntshavheni. Minister, you're the minister in the presidency. I would assume you've seen a glimpse of the speech tonight of the official opening of Parliament. What is the president going to be saying to South Africans?
No, I was just at the cabinet Lekgotla and we discussed what are the priorities of government, but the president will articulate that. But we have to deal with the issues that confront our people. Like I said yesterday in one of your SABC shows, we have to deal with the high youth unemployment. We have to deal with the ability of the economy to create jobs. We have to deal with the development of the country and what it requires, what it entails.
Just a snippet. What are the key priority areas?
Then I'll spoil the fun. You're going to listen to the president in how many minutes? Now we're counting minutes, not hours. Okay,
I hear you. Opposition to the GNU. What's your view?
No, the GNU is an outcome of the elections, and therefore we have to be here. South Africans have said to us, you cannot lead alone, you must lead collectively. So we must put shoulder to the wheel as political parties to the GNU and make our country successful, but get civil society, get business to also contribute to leading this country and to make sure that we contribute to the development of South Africa. It's important that today on Nelson Mandela Day, we are opening Parliament, which signals that we must work together, we must collectively do good deeds to make South Africa a better place.
Thank you very much to the Minister in the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni. I'm going to bring in the Minister of Forestry and Fisheries just to essentially speak on the priority areas within his particular department. Minister, your key priority areas, fisheries and forestry?
Fisheries and environment, yes.
Your key priority areas?
Well, the main focus is that we need to get economic growth in our country. We know that we've got a lot of poverty, we've got inequality, and we have people that are battling a cost of living crisis. So what my department is focused on, obviously our key mandate is to make sure that we've got a clean environment, that we are preserving our biodiversity, that we are managing our fish stocks effectively, etc. But crucially, I am very much animated on what we can do to generate the economic growth that we need. Because as we have the growth, we know budgets have been cut, but if we get the growth, we get more tax revenue and we have more available to provide the services to our people who basically we need to serve.
When you look at some of the key priority areas, they are singing pro-Jacob Zuma songs. You look at some of the key lobbyists, particularly around the oceans economy. What will be your key focus when it comes to issues raising in the oceans economy?
Well, very crucially, what I would like to get achieved is I want to connect and reconnect communities to the coastal economy, because we had generations of fishers who were working with the fish in the ocean. They were obviously fishing it, they were then selling it, they're living off it, and they've been disconnected from the ocean economy. And what I'm wanting to do very much is to focus on how we do that reconnection. It is possible, and I'm looking very closely at things, for example, like the fishing licenses for the small fishers, and also aquaculture, the aqua industry, because the inland much an opportunity for people to grow the economy and have entrepreneurship. And also crucially, I want to encourage people to eat more fish. It's very good for you, and it's something that will generate economic growth. So eat more fish.
Thank you very much, Minister. As you can see, the Umkhonto weSizwe members of Parliament are going in. They were chanting songs about Umkhonto, that the Umkhonto is here. And it's over to you, Bulelani. And we're just going to quickly, once you've brought back to us, speak to the leader of the Democratic Alliance, Bulelani.
Thank you so much, Sam. Of course, now joining me is the Chief Whip of the Freedom Front Plus, Dr. Corneille Mulder, who now joins me in taking forward this conversation. Firstly, you're one of the longest serving members of Parliament. Would you have imagined this day that has a government of national unity coming in this
I knew from the beginning when we came to Parliament in 1994 that one day we will get a normal democracy. And a normal democracy meant, in terms of the proportional system, that no single party should have a majority by themselves. At last, after 30 years, we are there. So I think it's absolutely groundbreaking that we've got this kind of situation. And today is a very important day. It's the first time that we open Parliament with the Government of National Unity. But on the other hand, it's also the end of the honeymoon for the Government of National Unity.
Now, the concern in some quarters, again, is that the parties that are in this Government of National Unity, for example, the Freedom Front Plus, serving alongside the PAC, I mean, can you untangle, that contradiction for South Africa?
Yes, it's a difficult one. I think that all the parties do have their specific policy positions that are very important to them. But also there's a lot of things in common in terms of taking South Africa forward, creating a prosperous future for our children, creating jobs, etc. But you're right. The challenge is now, and I hope that the President tonight says something about the national dialogue that has been spoken about, because that will be the place where we now need to sort out policy and policy direction. And that's going to be a very interesting situation. If we can find ourselves in terms of policy taking South Africa forward, the Government of National Unity will move. If we can't find each other, then we're in trouble.
Are you finding that your views are being incorporated in the GNU?
So far, I think so, yes. I think that is so. I think that the President has also set the tone in terms of a couple of broad principles. In other words, respecting the Constitution, respecting the rule of law, wanting to get the economy to grow, job creation, and those kind of things. I think we are finding each other, but I think the devil is in the detail in terms of policy. How we're going to achieve that, there may be some differences.
Now, you've been given a cabinet post at Correctional Services, and I'm sure you are privy to some backroom happenings. Some prisoner went viral, shooting himself in prison. I mean, as the FF+, how do you intend to make sure that contraband is dealt with in our prisons?
I have reason to understand that situation is already being dealt with, that there was already steps taken, and that specific prisoner was moved to a different facility, and that kind of thing will most likely not happen again. But I think that's part of the challenges that we are facing in terms of the correctional services, and let's hope we can turn that around as well.
Lastly, what would you advise the President to focus on in his opening address?
The President must understand that he is the President of a Government of National Unity and not only of the party that he belongs to himself. I would like to see him to focus tonight on the economy. We need to get the economy growing. All the plans will not succeed unless we get the economy to grow, that we can create jobs and take our people forward in a prosperous situation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Corne Mulder, the Chief Whip of the Freedom Front Plus. For more reaction, we cross back to you, Samgele.
Indeed, Bulelani, we are with the Minister of Agriculture, who also happens to be the leader of the Democratic Alliance. Mr. Steenhuisen, you were in the Cabinet Lekgotla. What can we anticipate tonight out of the speech of the President, and what emanates from the Cabinet Lekgotla?
I think you're going to see some exciting new plans about how we're going to get the economy growing and create jobs, how we're going to make sure government is producing evidence-based policy, and how we're going to now move determinedly towards driving the reforms that South Africa needs to get it off the low growth, high debt, high unemployment trajectory and onto a new trajectory of hope, prosperity and opportunity. This is a new government. It is a government of national unity made up of a number of parties, including mine. The voters of South Africa chose not to give any party a majority, and they've said, find each other, work together to form a government. We've done so. And I think that we're very proud to be on the side of the builders in South Africa as opposed to the side of the breakers. The builders want to work together to create jobs, to grow the economy, to ensure that we're able to address the problems. The breakers want to make a lot of noise, shout and scream, tear up the Constitution and break our democratic institutions. We're saying no, we want to work together with all South Africans to build South Africa up into the country we know that it can be.
But those whom are specifically saying that they are the breakers are saying you are unprincipled as the DA because you voted for the Section 89 report and the impeachment process of the President. This time around you are saying you're not going to be voting for the removal of the President. What do you have to say about those whom have got those particular views?
Well, what we've said very clearly is that Parliament has dealt with the process. If it comes back to Parliament, we will have to look at whether there's any new evidence that comes to light or the like. But what we're not going to do is to be part of playing the instability political games of the MK and the EFF. The breakers want to break the GNU because they know that if it starts to succeed, their growth prospects are going to be significantly hampered. And we're determined to work together as parties, putting the country first and building a better South Africa together. That is the only way. Every time South Africa has faced challenges, it has only been when we came together to work collectively towards overcoming those that we've been able to achieve anything. And so we're looking forward to being part of that process. The EFF and MK can shout and scream and make as much noise as they want. We're here to deliver. We want to create jobs, grow opportunities, lift people out of poverty and into opportunity. And that's what our role in the GNU is going to be focused on doing.
Minister Steenhuisen, how has the adjustment been from leader of the official opposition, now effectively being part of the government? How has that transition been for you? Noting what happened in the Rules Committee, saying that the MK party is now the official opposition.
No, I think that's right. I think that it is right that the largest party that's not in government is the official opposition, and we've said that from the beginning. Obviously, Parliament had never prepared itself for a situation like this, and the rules have now been adjusted, I believe rightly so. And I think it's going to be good for South Africans to see the binary in Parliament. You're going to have the builders on the one side of the House, the breakers are going to be on the other side. And voters will be able to see every day why it was so important for the Democratic Alliance to go into government to prevent the doomsday scenario. We put up posters all over the country saying rescue South Africa. That's what we intend to do over the next 5 years.
As the leader of the DA, what are some of the critical points you made in this particular speech of the president as ministers in cabinet?
Well, I think we all had our say at the cabinet lekgotla about the type of things we want to see. The medium-term budget, the medium-term plan, what I believe development plan is really good. It contains some really excellent new policy proposals. Some of the stuff that we've been calling for a number of years is incorporated in it, and I'm comfortable that we are there's significant consensus around that particular document for us to start using it as a basis going forward. Of course, we're not going to agree on everything. There's 11 parties in the GNU, and to expect all of them to agree all of the time is, I think, wishful thinking. So there will be disagreements, but I think if we deal with them maturely, behind closed doors, and in a way in which we can try and find consensus as set out in the statement of intent, I think it's going to be healthy. Look, we've got to make this work. There will not be a majority government in South Africa again in my lifetime. We're going to have coalitions after every election, whether they be local or national. And so we've got to make this work and show South Africans that unity governments can work, particularly when they're brought together around values and principles and a common program of action.
What are some of the farmers saying that you've had an engagement with, particularly when it comes to this particular sector that you are in? What are their fears in the agricultural sector as farmers across the board, white, black, coloured, etc.?
Well, there's a number of concerns that worry them. It's mainly around biosecurity in the country. We've had outbreaks of foot and mouth, avian flu last year. We've had black spot. We've had a number of other crop diseases. And obviously, we have to work massively on improving biosecurity, because if you have poor biosecurity, it affects farmers, whether they be large or small. Secondly, there needs to be certainty around land tenure and making sure that people know that if they plough the land, it's still going to be there for them to harvest. And I think those are some of the things that worry them. I think that we need to see greater participation amongst smaller farmers in the value chain and finding international markets.
Thank you very much, Minister of Agriculture, John Steenhuisen. I'm just going to bring in Speedy Mashilo here, who also happens to be also the MEC in Mpumalanga. Speedy Mashilo, just the essence, you as in Mpumalanga, what are some of the critical points around the energy trajectory of the country, especially with the baseload of coal being a topical issue and just transition?
Our view has been always we need to keep the coal as the Mpumalanga. For one reason, we've got enough coal in Mpumalanga, we've got enough people that are staying around the areas where there is coal. If we get rid of coal or we close the mines, it will create too much unemployment, it will create crime, all those issues. So I expect President to affirm that the coal will proceed in Mpumalanga. While we support the just energy as a transitioned or alternative way of coal, but we need to keep our coal. Until our coal is finished, we need to proceed with the coal, and we expect President to confirm that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speedy Mashilo. Over to you, Bulelani.
All right, thank you so much. We are talking to now the Basic Education Minister, Siviwe Gwagube. Thank you so much for your time, and you've been a busy minister in the past 2 weeks. How has the work been in terms of trying to ensure that You take over from where the 6th administration left off.
Yeah, so it has been a busy time, Bulelani, but I've also been very mindful and intentional about listening and learning. And just, getting as many briefings as possible from the sector, from the department, because it's very important for me to not just have an understanding of the portfolio from a surface level, but understanding some of the root causes of why we are here where we are today. And so that is part of the reason why I've also come up with some key priorities that I really, really want to focus on on a laser-focused manner in this administration. Things like making sure that our learners are able to read for meaning, particularly when they leave grade 4, because I think it sets them up for a future of being able to complete grade 12, but also to leave grade 12 with a respectable outcome of their results. And also things such as school safety in terms of infrastructure, pit toilets, and the view that there should be no children who are dying from drowning in pit toilets in 2024. But also that also is accompanied by the support for teachers, because at the same time, if you want to improve the curriculum, if you want to improve outcomes, you can't leave the educators out, who are the very backbone of that system. And so I'm still finding my feet, but I've got a very good understanding of where we are and some of the urgent things that need to be done.
Here's a question. Will the 30% pass mark stay, or is it going? Or is it under consideration or review?
Look, one of the things that I'm going to do, and this is part of the assimilation process, is assemble a council that is going to be made up of stakeholders such as your teacher unions, SGB bodies, industry experts, where we can look at some of these things. We can look at the entire education sector as a whole. We can look at where we can increase testing, where we can increase the level of assessment. But I think it's also important to note that the 30% pass mark is not to say that everybody can pass with the 30% and therefore you can essentially access higher education in terms of a university. Obviously, there are learners, some of whom are academically inclined, who will do better than that. There's also other learners who will go into vocational work, who will go into the TVET stream. And so essentially the idea behind that was to create a wider stream of where learners can go, so that it's not restrictive only to learners who are academically inclined. But be that as it may, we want to be able to say with every single learner that leaves our system needs to leave with a certificate that is respected, not only in South Africa, but across the board, so that learners are able to unlock economic opportunities with it. So it's definitely something that we're going to look at, and various other things in the education sector.
Thank you so much, Siviwe Kwahube, the Minister of Basic Education. For now, we go back to you in studio.
Well, thank you so much, Bulelani, and how interesting to hear all the various views on the red carpet. But of course, it's not just the pageantry, it's also getting into the nitty-gritty of the business of Parliament. And we joined Mfundo now here in studio by Nomvula Mokonyane, who is, of course, the first Deputy Secretary General of the African National Congress, looking absolutely ravishing in pink.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the compliment. It's a local product, 3 girls from Kagiso. Very grateful.
So I'm hoping we get to see that in all its splendor sometime today on that red carpet, whether it's now or after the address by the President. Ms. Mokonyane, one of the things that has been trending on the red carpet, so to speak, is the VBS matter. And of course, the ANC, its alliance partners, fingers have been pointed. So what is the ANC's response to that at this point?
Look, there's a leaked affidavit, but it is a matter of fact that the ANC has acted on those that were mentioned and are now charged, and they are on step aside in this regard. And the leaked affidavit refers to other people, and we do believe that up until there's validity of that document. Remember, it's a leaked one. The NPA even condemned that all of a sudden in our country we have affidavits and dockets that get leaked. That once it is validated, of course, appropriate action would be taken, and comrades on their own will be expected to act accordingly. As we speak now, we know that some of them had been to the Integrity Commission. Others have already stepped aside and they are on trial.
Has the African National Congress received any money from VBS?
I've never been a treasurer. And I think it will only be through the right channels that there's confirmation. And of course,
but you're in the engine room. You're in the engine room.
I'm in the engine room, but I'm not part of that area. We know that in the accounting of finances in the NC, there is always a declaration of donations and stuff. And I think comrades would have to also explain themselves. As I'm saying, up until now, it's a leaked document, and anyone who's been cited is also supposed to report and account to the NC, especially if something is attributed to the NC.
Now, Ms. Mkonyana, you state that its validity is still yet to be tested, but we could say at the very least, when having engaged the NPA, they've not questioned its validity. They've just raised concern around it being leaked at this point, saying it was still a matter that they're seized with, so there's still investigations that are currently underway, so it was quite dangerous to expose even the investigating officers. But beyond that, there's another important matter, one that has dominated headlines as well, which is the statements by the SACP's Solima Paila. And you are among those who have been quoted in the media space saying that those statements are quite unfortunate. Insofar as the Government of National Unity is concerned, its composition, the SACP was a political party and alliance partner that was lobbied extensively on the path that the ANC was going to take. Just unpack that for us.
Yes, not only lobbied, contributed towards what we now call the statement of intent. All of us, collectively. I've had an opportunity of being part of the negotiating team, but also as part of the officials of the African National Congress. As a matter of fact, there has been engagements of the political council around these matters. And of course, there were various options. And of course, the SACP had issues, but those that had a serious issue about the ANC working with the Democratic Alliance was COSATU in the formal meetings. What we do need to do is to sit together, as the NC will be going into an intensive National Executive Committee in the coming week, is that where there are misgivings, it's quite important that we present them in the right platform, because some of the utterances that are made actually are far from the truth. Nobody was actually a broker between the ANC and the EFF. We were engaging with them until the last hour. And the letter that is being referred to is the letter that came post the last engagements that they themselves decided. It told us in our face that we are walking away from you.
Ms. Mokonyana, we're going to ask you to just pause there for a moment as we go back down to Samkele Maseko on the red carpet. Samkele? We're just trying to get through to Samkele Maseko. As you can imagine, the pageantry of the South African National Defence Force also in full bloom here, with the military band doing its thing, and of course people coming through. And we'll talk you through more of that in a short while. But at the moment, just trying to see if Samkele can hear us down on the red carpet, and if not, we'll take it until we get an indication that he can in fact hear us.
Now, Ms. Mkonyana, you were still speaking about the fact that you don't believe that there was a broker in your conversations with the EFF. They rejected whatever was on the table. But when listening to Mr. Mapaila, it seems as though there's still a number of individuals within the alliance that are not particularly happy with this particular decision that was taken. So in that NEC meeting, what more can be done? Because many are of the view that the statement of intent has been signed. You have gone on to establish government. Today we're going to hear the President's address of the opening of Parliament. So what more can be done and can still be discussed within the NEC? Look,
we must continue to engage on the product that we now have. It's a new product, it's a new arrangement. There will never be a point where we are all just unanimously in agreement. But what is of importance is that all of us must be part of this process, be part of monitoring and assessing the impact, and of importance also appreciate that we all made a contribution towards what then became the way forward post the announcement of the results, including sitting with the ANC to negotiate positions for some of the alliance members who are now ministers. And I think it is that demonstrates that we've worked hard. Up until the time when the president was a bit delayed in announcing ministers, we're still talking.
And then there was a leaked letter, a very fiery letter to the Democratic Alliance.
I'm talking about us sitting now when the president was consulting on the composition of the cabinet. The letter that was leaked, I don't know who leaked that letter. It didn't come from us, but we had to also respond because we are also an independent organization, just like any other party is independent. What is of importance as South Africans is that we need to appreciate that we have avoided a situation that could have taken this country 7 steps backward. We have a product now. Let's nudge each other, and where there are issues, let's use the right platforms. We do have alliance platforms where we discuss. We do have ANC meetings where we engage. We are going to be going out to engage civil society in terms of this government of national unity. We've already engaged with Contra Lesa. We are working also towards the national dialogue.
In a word, has the alliance run its course?
There's still a lot of work that the alliance has to do.
All right, we'll come back to that. Samkele Maseko, I believe, is now ready for us. Samkele?
Guys, I can't...
Right. Samkele seems to be having a slight problem in our connection with him there. But we will come back to... It's got nothing to do with load shedding, says Nomvula Mokonyane. But of course, that seems to be the good news story of the moment. Lulama Matya is there, though. Let's take you to her.
Because I can hear them.
All right, it seems Lulama is not there for us. Then we can continue our conversation. Sakina was just asking a very important conversation around the alliance, whether it's run its course. For the longest time, we keep hearing, particularly the SACP, speaking of the need to reconfigure the alliance. That if you've got the ANC at the head, for them, they find that some of their policy positions don't find expression. You're saying there's still a lot to be done within this alliance. It's not time.
No, it's not time. And it's not up to individuals or leaders. It must be based on the program. Is there a shared approach as to where we want to take South Africa? Yes. There is still a need for all of us to work together towards a non-racial, non-sexist, united and prosperous South Africa. There is still a lot that we would have to do to ensure that we uplift the living conditions and status of women and children. And of importance, there's also a responsibility jointly between ourselves and our allies to ensure that we safeguard our hard-won democracy. When there are differences, it does not mean that all is lost.
The reality is, though, you seem to be alienating your alliance partners, especially in this latest move to form the government of national unity. So which takes precedence for the ANC? The alliance or the government of national unity?
No one is alienated. Actually, officially, if you read the statement of the Central Committee of the South African Communist Party, the party raised issues and said these are the 3 things that we need to safeguard. That policy does not actually get drastically changed. Secondly, that we must ensure that we remain closer to communities and improve service delivery. That's the statement of the Central Committee of the South African Communist Party, which was also attended by our Secretary General together with other members of the National Executive Committee of the ANC. And therefore, I think we should not assume what was said and happened just 2 days ago to be an official position of the South African Communist Party.
All right. When we come back, we want to touch on the GNU, at least what some have said, is probably a GNU that will last no longer than 2 years. We heard the economic freedom fighters today state that in their press, stating that what will be significant is that there's going to be a leadership change when the current president of the African National Congress would step down. And they are of the view that really what we saw here, even with the Democratic Alliance, is them coalescing behind a particular figure of the ANC, that they joined the GNU because they were in support of President Cyril Ramaphosa, that if he is to vacate that seat as ANC president, perhaps there would be a shift. We want to still tackle that with you, that for those who are saying 2 years max, the GNU will crumble. We'll just find out from you just to get your response to that. But let's quickly go to my colleague Lulama on the floor.
Thank you very much. I am joined by IFP President Velenkosini Hlabisa. Say, what's the expectations of the IFP on the OPA?
Today should be a day to press a reset button to our country. The President must roll out the roadmap for the Government of National Unity, the key priorities, how it will tackle unemployment, creating job opportunities, dealing with crime, ensuring that the gains of electricity that has not gone away for more than 100 days should not be reversed. Our country has a great opportunity with a collective wisdom of combined political parties in the Government of National Unity to bring a new change, open a new chapter for our country. We are ready as leaders of other political parties to take the Government of National Unity forward. For the next 5 years, we will ensure stability, we will show a meaningful change in our country as we promised our people during the election campaign.
You're talking about bringing new change. The IFP is part of Government of National Unity and you are COGTA Minister. What changes do you anticipate to bring in that department?
The local government is an important sphere in our country because that is where people live. There must be stability. The environment must be conducive for investors to come and invest. Every local government in South Africa must work, must create a conducive environment in terms of service delivery, in terms of ensuring that roads are in a good condition so that investors can find it friendly to come and invest in our country, because every investment will only exist at a local government ground. So the local government sphere is an important sphere in our country. If it is stable, every development will flow and grow and create job opportunities. Every crime occurs in a certain ward in South Africa. Our country, as it is classified in a ward, wall to wall, every ward must be safe in every municipality so that our people, women and children can be free to walk down the street, because every municipality ensured safety and security.
Municipalities owe ESCOM billions of francs as well as water boards shortly and quickly. How are you planning to deal with the debt that municipalities owe ESCOM as well as water boards?
We will need to encourage every municipality to come up with a turnaround plan. One, to encourage the residents to pay for the services they are using. You must provide water so that people will be encouraged to pay for it. But if you don't provide water, you provide it from certain times, you make them reluctant to pay them. So now, if there is load shedding, people ask, what am I paying for? Because I sometimes stay at night. So now, these services must be constant, must give courage and a reason to our people why they should pay, because it is there every time when they need it.
Thank you very much. That was IFP President and as well as COGTA Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa. With that, let me give to my colleague Samkele.
Well, Lulama, we are joined by the Deputy Minister of Labour and Employment, Jomo Sbiya, and also the MEC of Transport and Public Works in KwaZulu-Natal. I'm going to start with you, Minister. Key priority areas on job creation. I'm sure that you were in the Cabinet Luhutla, you know the discussions, you know the key priority areas.
Definitely. The issue of unemployment is number one in the President's list. So as the department, we have a responsibility to make sure that we coordinate all the departments, but also we work with private sector and other entities that are within the department to create employment. One of the key priority areas is the issue of youth. Youth are amongst in fact, they are number one when it comes to the sector that we want to identify and prioritize. But within the issue of industrialization in the country is very important. Manufacturing is very important. Those are the areas that we are focusing currently in the main, where we have said as the Khotla, we need to focus in pulling everyone together, pull resources, but also bring more investors in the country, because without investors, we won't be able to create employment. But also private sector is going to play a major role in employment creation. But the President will say the rest. I don't want to say more. I'm trying to avoid to say everything before the President speaks. But one thing I can tell you is that employment is number one in his list that he wants to defeat.
Well, as an Ankole, I'm sure you've seen that particular statement. You probably even drafted it.
We work together in the cabinet, all of us, but President is leading us. He has a responsibility, and the entire cabinet and the collective, we are together in making sure that we do proper job. But this time around, I can assure you, there is a lot of progressive work that is going to be done under GNU. GNU, going to see it. It's a well-oiled machine, and we are going to be working for the people of this country, led by President Ramaphosa of the ANC.
Well, Sponsor Tuma, MEC of Sports, MEC of Transport and Human Settlements in KwaZulu-Natal. I almost demoted you there, but GPU seems to be quite rocky there. I saw the statement by the Provincial Secretary saying that Thula Sizwe Buthelezi is a risk to the government of provincial unity.
Let me greet your viewers at home and greet yourself as well. I think it's a privilege as well that we are here today, odd as it might be, because we are glad as the ANC that the President of the ANC will be delivering under the GNU, which means that there is a versatility within this movement of Madiba. It means that tactically we have to adjust in the process. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, I think whenever there is a new program, whenever there is a new project, there will be a teething phase. I wouldn't want at this point in time that I'm summing that there is a rocky process. We are not dealing with monolithic people. We are dealing with individuals. Indeed, our priority at the center, as Deputy Minister Baba Sotobe has already highlighted, that at the center is our people, at the center is the youth, at the center we must service the people, and we must cease to be ourselves as leaders, as organization, but we just have to prioritize that our people are still unemployed. The environment is still not yet conducive for other people in rural areas and in townships.
What are the initiatives you are putting in place for areas affected by wildfires in the northern province of KwaZulu-Natal and also in Durban and Canville, where there was those wildfires around Sikau Lake?
We've already started by procuring the material, because we have to provide the solution as the government of the day. We've already procured all the material, the vouchers. Different department has done a sterling job. As I've got to say, in KwaZulu-Natal, you've seen that Health has initiated that will come up with a mobile clinic, so as long as they don't have the process. The Department of Education has already procured that they'll develop an initiative or a strategy where they bring transport for those kids. So there are different departments that in terms of disaster coordination, we must prioritize that at the end of the day, the long-term solution, we must procure the land so that we can build for those people as part of the strategic initiatives by the ANC and the government.
Thank you very much, MEC of Public Works, Transport, Human Settlements in KwaZulu-Natal, correct?
Transport and Human Settlements.
Transport and Human Settlements. That is Siboniso Tuma, the MEC in KwaZulu-Natal. I'm just going to bring in Mr. Herman Mashaba, who is the leader. Mr. Mashaba.
How are you, sir?
Great.
Wonderful to see you in Cape Town.
It's very cold in Cape Town, though.
Very cold, but really very necessary event, and to really shape the future of your child, of your children and mine, and the future of our country.
Speaking about the future, I'm hearing you've got very interesting conversations in Johannesburg around that particular municipality. A certain meeting that took place in your house. I'm going to say the initials: PL, TK, DM. You know who I'm speaking about.
I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm having very serious, very interesting discussions, and I will obviously announce the outcome in due course.
I hear the Senate will have to discuss this particular issue on Sunday around these particular 3 metros, Tshwane, Joburg, Ekurhuleni.
Well, I'm saying is I'll make the announcement at the appropriate time, give the process an opportunity for us to really engage. These are very serious matters of national interest, and I think one needs to really handle them with sensitivity.
Why the change of heart to work with the ANC?
No, who's working with the ANC? No one is actually working with the ANC.
Mr. Malema?
It's not a question of where, no one is working with the ANC. One is actually working for the future of our country, because at the end of the day, we need stability in South Africa. We can, you know, the world keeps changing some kilo. And sometimes one needs to really learn to say, do you put your personal interest ahead of the nation? And that's something that why I've decided to really get engaged in this particular negotiations.
Hence, this particular negotiation with the ANC that is taking place in the past week.
Well, I've just said to you that yes, absolutely, I am really talking to the ANC to see how best we can stabilize the metros of Gauteng, because it's really very critical. Without Johannesburg working, South Africa cannot work.
I hear you are supporting Dada Murero for mayor in Joburg.
I will support anyone that they put forward. It's not up to me to decide who must become the mayor of the city of Johannesburg. That decision must be taken by the ANC.
I hear you one speaker in Tshwane.
Well, it's on record. When we entered the negotiation with the ANC, with the DA in Tshwane, it's on record. You've got a copy of that agreement. Action SA should have had the speaker more than a year ago, but as you're aware, DA sabotaged that process, and without any doubt, I'm not backing down. Action SA must get the speaker in Tshwane.
You see, I've got the minutes of your meeting with Panyaza Lusufi, TK Ngiza, and Dada Murero at your house.
Well, but it was not a secret meeting. It was, and also was not a public meeting. But it's not a meeting that I can really deny. It is confirmed, and we agreed with the teams that in the event you get any media inquiries, don't really deny that we are talking. But is the deal concluded? We will only know in coming days. Wait until over the weekend or Monday, the latest, we'll make the necessary announcements.
After your Senate meeting?
Yes, obviously. I mean, a matter like this, I can't really decide on my own. Action SA belongs to the Senate of Action SA. It's not Herman Mashaba who decides. So our Senate will make the decision.
So you are really sticking the knife in the heart of the DA?
No, the DA stuck a knife into Action SA on so many occasions. You can imagine, Samkelo, I left my business, left my family, working with them to ensure that we can bring a better future for our country, but they refused. They said to me, I must go and cut grass in Sandton, I must forget about poor communities, and it is for that reason that, I've got to do what is in the best interest of this country, particularly our poor communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herman Mashaba. Good luck for your Senate meeting. I hope to get those minutes. I'll call you.
No, thank you so much. No, we'll hope to see you when, obviously, as soon as we finalize, we'll call you for a press conference, then you can get the details.
Thank you very much. That is Action SA leader there, Herman Mashaba, confirming that they are in deep negotiations with the ANC in order to vote with them in the city of Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni, and also in Tshwane, in exchange for a speaker position in Tshwane.
Well, I guess our timing was less than optimal coming out of that crossing there to Sabgele, because we thought we were going to hear a little bit of music there from the band. But I guess they are just checking there, and they'll tell us what's to come, or they won't. We've got someone in studio who's here to help us, Brigadier General Mbuyiselo Mongo. Thanks so much for coming through.
Thank you very much to you too, Sakina, and Mfundo, and the listeners at home.
So this morning, given the weather, there was, of course, a moment of pause where we were not sure whether we were going to have a full ceremonial program here this evening.
As you would know, that the Defence Force operates in all kinds of weather. The only thing, it was going to cause strain to the troops, but we are not going to change anything. The troops were still going to be here. Perhaps it was going to be a little bit odd because we were going to be wearing raincoats. Otherwise, everybody was going to be here and the activities were going to be the same.
At least that's quite a relief that no matter the weather conditions, we were still going to see what we have become accustomed to.
Definitely.
But talk us through that process for the benefit of those who don't know, because when we heard that with the opening of Parliament address, it will retain the full ceremonial event that we have become accustomed to when we have the State of the Nation address. Just talk us through what South Africans are going to see today.
Right. The ceremonial part for the opening of Parliament and the State of the Nation address from our side in the military remains the same. The only thing changed inside from the president and the politicians. As we speak now, the street lining has started deploying. When they start deploying, there's a flag party that is being accompanied by the band. Those are South African flags that are carried by the troops. They first deploy first because they are the tail end of the deployment of the forces, followed by the street linings. We are doing these things in a controlled manner. That's why we are segmenting them. When the street linings are deployed together with the flags, it's only then that we line up all the avenues and the routes that will be taken by the commander-in-chief, which is the president. When that is done, the last component of the deployed troops on the street becomes the band and the National Ceremonial Guard that comes to the, I can say, the precinct of Parliament, where they are going to give the compliments to the president on his arrival. And that is how we normally set that up in both events.
So we'll come back to that in just a moment as we see the arrival of the judiciary and led there by Chief Justice Raymond Zondo, and following him is of course the Deputy Chief Justice Maya and 15 other judges.
Yes.
So that's what we're seeing, the judiciary entering.
Yes.
And quite important that we're seeing that, because it is important to remind that all three arms of the state, Sakina, are present today: the judiciary, the executive, as well as the parliament.
Indeed, Mfundo. And Brigadier, back to you. Tell us what we're looking at the moment.
At the moment, you will find that the step guard has been aligned already at the stairs where the VVIPs are coming in, like the Judicial Council, as it is coming in, it is going through the step lining, and that is part of the whole National Ceremonial Guard I've mentioned about. As we speak now, what you see in front of us is the National Ceremonial Guard. This is the last element to deploy, and in anticipation of the arrival of the Deputy President and followed by the President. They will be the people who are going to do the compliments on arrival by the President. And as they are arriving here, the rest of the street lining in terms of the route where the President is going to be traveling on is already set up. And
what great precision that we're seeing there. So when exactly does the military band then begin to take us through the national anthem and then the 21-gun salute? When would that happen?
We wait until the Commander-in-Chief, the President, arrives and he takes the podium in front of the guard. When he is on the podium, and it is then that the national anthem is played. And when the national anthem is played, it's synchronized with the gun salute, and then the rest carries on. If it was during the day, you would see a flight past. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, because flying aircrafts in this space, you can see nothing. So it's of no use of flying them. You'll only hear the sound, but you won't see anything. But the rest of the other elements are on the ground.
Right. So we saw the entry of the provincial speakers, followed by the premiers, and coming through there in alphabetical order as the provinces. So they have now entered the assembly.
Yes.
Indeed, among the guest of honors, there are the 9 representatives from the various provinces. We're also expecting former presidents to be in attendance as well. So quite a number of dignitaries will be there. But most certainly, again, we can never speak enough of the precision. I mean, what we're witnessing here, we were almost certain we wouldn't get to witness with the rain in the morning.
Definitely. From your side, it would appear that we're not going to be here, but we were going to be here. Before these elements were here, you would have realized that there's a Air Force band that was doing entertainment for reception of the dignitaries as they are going in. So that is part of just making sure that we planned the event so that there's no lull as the troops are deploying before the actual arrival of the Commander-in-Chief.
And of course, we have the troops, and perhaps slightly off script for you, General, but they are not the only ones who will be forming that particular guard as the President comes through.
Yes.
There's a civilian element to this as well.
Remember, arts and culture is also playing a role here. This is a joint and multilateral effort. But I just want to tell South Africans that we've got norms and standards in the defense force where we do not mix the civilian component and the military. So we always advise that the school children and the cultural groups must be given a position where they can also partake in this, but not interfering with the decorum itself. Yes.
Let's quickly just listen into that natural sound, and then we'll come back to speak about that decorum.
Well, Brigadier Mongo, we were just taking in what was happening there, and I must say, after all these years of watching it, time after time after time, it just remains such a magnificent spectacle. But just explain to us what was happening there.
What was happening, the band of the National Ceremonial Guard, together with the Ceremonial Guard, were coming in to take position in preparation to receive the Commander-in-Chief, that is the President, where they are standing now. Remember, when the President arrives, everybody must be in position. There should be no movement around. That is why we are at this position now. You would have seen earlier on they were called to stand at ease. That is a relaxation mode that you can have until the next command is issued or is given, where they are told to go on attention. And attention demands a lot of energy. They must be fit enough. You know, just to stand 30 minutes on attention demands a lot. And that is why you'll find them now on Senate. However, they are trained for that. They are very fit, and now it's actually not a problem for them. Yes.
And we heard the military band was silent there. Was it so that they could hear the command?
Yes. What happens is that if you are marching, you will see there's always a commander that's commanding them. He or she takes first position in order to watch his troops until to a certain point that is designated for them to stop. And whilst he's looking at that, the band is in anticipation that the commander is going to issue commands, so that there's no confusion. They know they stop the music, but the drums carry on to maintain pace, so that they are not out of step, but at a very soft mode until they arrive at a point, and then the commander issues an instruction, halt, and then from there, then the band is quiet, and then the commander now starts commanding them until they're done with what is supposed to be done.
I'm glad you touched on the fitness that is required for one to be part of such an event, because yes, some could take for granted and see, we're just seeing them walk with such precision that it's probably very easy. But you mentioned that element, that it takes a lot for them to be standing for 30 minutes at any given time. I just want us to go back to that natural sound and then come back to tell us exactly how much is required of them when being part of such an event.
First of all,
Well, as we enjoy those sounds, Mfundo, coming back to your question with Brigadier General Mongo here this evening. And, you know, there may be some who are watching this, young people thinking, I want to join the military because I want to be in the band. So, Brigadier, to Mfundo's question, you know, what does it take?
There's a lot of considerations taken into this. One, the dietary issues are very important. Then the psychological part of things. You are trained in terms of how you should march, linked to the precision thereof and that. But you must now pace yourself according to what is anticipated. Is it 2 or 3 hours to stand? Do you want to lock your knees or do you want to relax them? And depending on the temperatures, if the sun is strong, you must have the correct diet. Otherwise, for instance, if you're standing in the sun like this and you close your eyes, you can easily be disorientated and fall over. So you must look at the sun. And in most cases, we do not do drills that make us face the sun. But if it happens to do that, you keep on, you're like a pigeon. You open and close your eyes, open and close your eyes until you're okay, because your system is synchronized on vision and also in how you're standing. And each and every soldier knows that, and they know themselves to say, now I must lock my knees, now I must relax my knees, let me close my eyes a little bit and let me open my eyes. And sometimes you find a bee coming to you, you must blow it, but you must not shake your head, you know. They know all of those things.
So what happens if you actually do flinch for the bee? Or during the 6th administration, when the president was inaugurated at Loftus Versfeld, there were some of your troops that went down there, because I remember those conditions were also quite harsh.
Exactly. If you'd have seen there, they were facing the sun. And exactly what, like I'm saying, if you keep your eyes closed because the sun is bright to you, you'll be disorientated. And then your body won't know whether it's going forward or back, and then you'll drop. So you must keep looking at the sun, close your eyes, look at the sun, you know, but you won't see it. So those are the psychological things that you do in standing there. There's a lot of things that you do as an individual, and also interventions by the medical teams to make sure that the soldier is fit for that particular purpose.
So how long do you train before being part of such a drill? Is it a week's training or a month?
Hold on, Mfundo, before the brigadier answers that, what happens to those who actually fall?
No, they just fall because they became dizzy. There's medics there. They take them and give them water. If they fell on the wrong position, maybe they hit on their head, then they're taken to
But
a
you
sick
don't,
bay.
there are no repercussions from your side that you embarrassed us, you know,
Disciplinary.
Because you were supposed to be fit for this.
No. Look, that's a constitutional matter. You cannot now punish that particular person. It could be weaknesses in the person's body. So you cannot now say, I'm going to punish you because you fell. No.
And you don't make fun of them.
No, we can't. We can't. Remember, whatever happened wrong, even if you are doing training in the field with soldiers, if a soldier misses on shooting, you cannot make fun of that, because that's not high school. You must make sure that person goes back and not panic when he's involved in that operation again, because if you make fun of that particular person, they won't actually master that particular activity, because they are always panicking to say, the colleagues or my instructors are going to, hit on me hard on this. So you need a psychological effort that is put together to make sure that that member does not feel, odd of having done something like that.
Yeah.
Yes, the colleagues, when they arrive at home where they are sitting, when the person is back from the clinic, they will somehow, pull something there. But the commanders make sure that it is not something very serious, and hence, because of that peer pressure, the next time they will perfect it, and not perhaps, and they will know what to consume. Not too much water, of course, because you might have a problem with that, but know what to eat, for let's say an apple or a banana, so something that will keep the energy okay, and the drills that he or she will then perform individually while standing there.
So is it a week's preparation, a month's preparation?
No,
For this particular drill?
No, it's not like school kids. Remember, for you to come and stand here first, you first complete your basic training, which is 6 months. When you finish your basic training, because your basic training every morning, you do drill. Then after drill from 10 o'clock, you go to classes, and in the afternoon, you are involved in physical exercise and stuff like that. That's a daily thing. Every day you go on drill in the morning, and then physical exercise in the afternoon, and then after 6 months, they master drill. Then after mastering drill, then they are taken, now they were at a basic training, not with National Ceremonial Guard. If a person is selected to go to National Ceremonial Guard, then there they will be taken through a process of about 3 to 4 weeks before they join the rest that will be operating like you see here. So it's not a question of mastering this in 3 weeks, no. No, you won't get it right. You will walk, you might not march, but walk, okay? But you might not last standing there for 2-3 hours.
How stringent is the selection criteria, though?
Selection criteria is very stringent, but we consider the physiotherapists, and we take into consideration what the dietitians are saying. then we will know exactly what is the height, the weight, and the endurance one needs to have. For instance, before you get selected, you are accepted and put on transit for 3-4 weeks to check the endurance that you can take. And then if it is seen that you can take the endurance, it is not only the physical part of things. How long do you sleep? Because some sleep a lot. So if you sleep a lot, you might get a lower score and it might act against you. So those are the things you need to check, because remember, a soldier does not sleep dead when you're sleeping in a tent, irrespective as to when is it. So from that basic training, you are being trained in terms of how you sleep and how you act physically in order for you to be a fit soldier. Remember, these soldiers you see here, they are not in National Ceremonial Guard just to drill. These are infantry soldiers. These are the soldiers you find on the ground who fight. You'll find them in the DRC, you'll find them in wherever. But in most cases, when they're at NCG, it's selected members that will stay there, let's say, for 2 to 3 years. Because remember, it's lower rank, it's privates. They need to progress. When they progress, they go into battalions. They deploy like normal troops. You see them on the streets, or you go get them in the mission areas abroad.
But it sounds or seems as though this is one great honor to be part of such a drill as the one that we're witnessing today.
Yes.
But just remind us again, at this point, so they'll be standing in this position until we start to catch sight of the president?
Yes.
Okay.
There will be a warning by their commanders to say the president is en route. They will be on attention. On arrival, when the president goes and takes the podium, then they will pay the national salute, and then the anthem will play, and in sync with the gunners.
Yes. Now, one would assume that when one joins, they would be taken through the history, just given context of the significance of such a drill. What would be that history that when you take one through it to say, why is this significant? You have joined, you will be part of this very auspicious occasion. What is that history, if you had to take us through it, of why this is done?
Now, first of all, what you should understand, the history with soldiers drilling or marching, it is, you will see they are marching on the same step. That on its own has got a psychological impact to the adversary. The adversary must not know exactly how many people are there, especially if they are covered by the darkness or they are covered by field craft in terms of the shrubs, the bushes. In the field, troops do not move up and down like you will see them in the street. When they move on step. And that step is actually calculated so that it confuses the adversary not to know as to how many people are there.
Oh.
Yes. And also the adversary in listening posts, when they're sitting and listening, they can determine is when did the soldier wake up. And they can determine also, because at the listening post they are telling the main forces how they can attack. So it is important to know how to march. So that march, when it comes to a ceremony, it is something that is derived from your normal routine, and it will be tailor-made for the ceremony. Same applies to the gun salute. The gun salute, it is battle drills that were there that were changed to complements in terms of ceremonies, but they are not specifically started there from the ceremony. They are derived from somewhere, and then they are made for that particular purpose, especially on the ceremonial things. So are the troops that you see marching.
Fascinating.
Quite fascinating.
General Mongo, let's turn our attention once more to what we are seeing now on screen and where we are, where the troops would be, and where, they're coming through here. I see they've already arrived, it seems.
They already arrived. I think now the deputy president is arriving.
Yes.
Yes.
So this, of course, will be the arrivals as they start, because 7 o'clock is the starting time, and it is now exactly 26 minutes to go.
Yes.
So they would have locked down the precinct, because there are all these very interesting details that go into this. So everybody who needs to be in is now in.
Yes.
And awaiting the arrival of the dignitaries now.
Yes. In military terms, if your senior is arriving, even if it's not the president, in our bases, we arrive for sitting 30 minutes before time. And then people go to ablution facilities, make sure that everything is okay. It is very route and military to move around when the principal is around. Secondly, for security purposes, you never know what this person is busy doing, going up and down. And there are observations that are made. So we make provision for that to say, when we are in position, nobody moves. The only way is for you to stand at ease, like you see there, and until the principals are arriving, and then you go on attention.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, quite fascinating. We see there, those are the visuals of the Deputy President, Mr. Paul Mashatile, accompanied by his wife. We can see her just behind him there. Quite a beautiful sight to witness. But I want to take you back to what you stated around the troops having to be in that straight line. That you're saying that this was done so that you cannot see the number of troops. So when we would think the straight line is just to display that level of precision for absolutely no other reason than the beauty of it all, you're saying there's method to that level of precision, that if they're in a straight line, you don't know if there's 20 or 100 of them. And they have to have or walk with the same step. So you cannot listen to several steps.
You are correct, Mfundo. Like I'm saying, this is derived from the routine in the battle setup. And from that routine, from the battle setup, is then refined to stand the purpose for ceremonies. So you do not just think of it. Mm-hmm. So this drill that you see here, those activities of saying, of moving, aligning troops and all of those things are done every time troops are gathered. Mm-hmm. So that is what is supposed to happen. And even in bases, when troops are moving, if it is 2, they walk in pairs on the same step. If it's more than 2, they walk in pairs on the same step. So it is made to be a drill to the troops, because if it is not a drill, when they are in a base engaged with the adversary, it could be a problem, because they will be doing something that is strange to them. Mm-hmm. And it won't be easily, mastered if it is not done on daily basis. So with us, we know that if you go on attention and you're doing open order march, what is the purpose? The other purpose that we normally do on routine, that open order march is for the space to be open, so that the commander every morning when you form up, when we are doing the roll call, the registers, and when before the registers are done, after the registers are done, the commander goes and inspects the soldiers. Is he properly shaved? The headdress for the ladies is okay, and the soldier is clean, and all of that. That's what we normally do in our normal basis, and we close the ranks again. But here you will see that the ranks are not closed; they are only closed when we are about to withdraw. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm saying this is derived from our routine and then tailor-made for the event.
So we saw the Deputy President Paul Mashatile taking his seat there in the assembly, and he was of course led in there by the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Anneli Lotriet. So there we can see taking his seat next to the ANC's leader in Parliament, the Chief Whip, Ntumiseni Ntuli. And this is, of course, what we can see inside behind him, Pemi Majotina. And so we will keep an eye on what's happening on the inside. Mfundo and I both straining, trying to see past the lights.
But we could see next to Pemi Majotina, Stella Ndabeni Abrams there. Yeah. So quite a lot soon to start, just some of them exchanging pleasantries there. But as you can see, that is the Cape Town City Hall designated parliamentary precinct. As many would have known, unfortunately, in 2022, the 2nd of January, Parliament itself, as we knew it, was gutted by a fire. So construction continuing on that particular parliamentary precinct. As Sakina spoke a bit earlier today to the Speaker of Parliament around the construction, where she went on to state that it is a heritage site. So it would take more time to reconstruct Parliament to what it was, because they need to assess the artifacts to see what can be preserved going into whatever would become the renewed Parliament. So most certainly not like any ordinary construction or reconstruction of Parliament. It's going to take a longer time for us to find ourselves at the original Parliament. But this is currently the parliamentary precinct here.
Yeah, and we see there in Nomfundo the arrival of the president imminent. We see the Speaker of the National Assembly, Togo Didiza, and she's accompanied by Mr. Tolile George, the Secretary to Parliament, and they are awaiting, of course, the arrival of the president, along with the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. They are now awaiting the president's arrival. So that should be happening anytime now. But General, just looking at the lady in front of them, of course, she's also in position, I would imagine.
Yes.
So what is her role?
You'll see it's two door openers. Their job is to make it easy for the principal and the accompanying person to exit the vehicle without having to open the door by themselves. In front of them, we normally call it 12 o'clock, where that is the straight line from the vehicle. There's a person who's actually controlling that vehicle to stop to a dead end. Before then, it is synchronized for the positions of those door openers, and then the door openers will then, at an appropriate time, open the door.
This gives a whole new meaning to military precision. The fact that the vehicle will come through and they are already in position, yes, waiting to open those doors.
Yes, you even know the dimensions of the vehicle in anticipation, so that's why the positions are properly put out.
Wow.
Quite fascinating, as we can see there. That's Refilo Mtweni Tsipane, NCOP chair. Also another particular person you spoke to a bit earlier on today, who has moved on from being Premier of Mpumalanga and swiftly onto her new role as NCOP chair.
And it's a very important one. Of course, the NCOP, very important in terms of a concurrence when it comes to the legislative process. And they, of course, are the voice, give expression to the voices of people in the provinces. So very important house that perhaps we don't focus on as much as we should or could.
Indeed.
A lot of the attention goes to what happens in the National Assembly, yes, and the committees there, but the importance of the NCOP cannot be overemphasized.
Indeed, it cannot be overemphasized, but hopefully in the 7th administration, this is the shift that we're going to see, that insofar as engaging with these democratic institutions, we will see more of it, because we heard even with the theme, it is my parliament, my voice, my future, which one would say emphasizes the role or stake that each citizen has in these democratic institutions. As we heard Togo Didiza state, that when we speak of such a theme, we mean locate yourself in this democratic institution and see and play your part.
Which is very important, you know, following on from previous themes and also just initiatives that Parliament have undertaken. Years ago, there was a huge effort by Parliament to take Parliament to the people so that people could be brought on board, understand and buy into the work of Parliament. But as we sit here, I can bet you, if I can ask anyone who is your constituency representative in Parliament, there are very few people who can tell you that.
Indeed, there are quite a few, and as we see that motorcade, goodness, the beauty of it all.
Yes.
So what are we seeing here, General?
Here you see a motorcade of 30. That's why you see them so beautiful. That 30 is a arrow shape, or a triangular in shape. It was made 30 bikes to actually bring out the actual structure of the motorcade. Remember, behind those bikes you will find horses, and after the horses is a number of vehicles, the security detail. So when you look at it, if it had to be fewer bikes, and it wouldn't look as it is currently. So the 30 bikes actually complemented the rest of the security detail of the president. So all of these on those bikes, these people on the bikes, is members of the military police, and on the horseback is the equestrian team of the police.
And of course, lining the streets there, Brigadier, on the sides.
Oh, on the sides. Now, those are the street lining that were put in position earlier on, before you see the NCG. Before NCG comes out, we make sure that the rest of the route in the towards the precinct of Parliament has a guard of honor, which is the street lining. So we close that whole route. It is a ceremonial thing. The security elements, you won't easily see them. You will only see them if there is an incident. For now, that's a normal guard of honor that you will see as a protocol, and also good respect to the president to say it's like a red carpet type of reception in a form of men and women that you'll see standing there. But of course, it is a protocol that is necessary.
As the president arrives, Mfundo and General, I must just say, I was worried about the horses with the rain and the night sky and all of the activity that's going on above us. We can hear some helicopters fly over,
Yes.
and that always makes me nervous with the horses.
Yes, the horses are well trained from my observation, but yes, weather conditions can affect them. But the riders themselves, they know how to handle them. But as you know, horses naturally, if they are worried about something that they cannot see, they start to be uneasy. But it was still going to be executed in this fashion, but it was going to be a little bit of a tough time for the horse riders themselves. I can imagine also on windy conditions, that's where the problem comes for the flow of the 30 bikes. When it is windy, it's not easy to control.
There we can see the president walking in, President Cyril Ramaphosa, along with his wife there. As some would use the cliche, cometh the hour, cometh the man. Today, South Africans are waiting to hear him address the nation on the 5-year comprehensive plan, outlining the strategic objectives of this GNU government, as well as the policy priorities of the GNU government. And Sakina, it's coming at a very politically complex time for South Africa, because in as much as they were able to establish the GNU, as we heard with Professor Pierre de Vos, that really quite a lot is still in the air as to whether it will see the full 5-year term. What exactly will some of what the parties contributed in the Lekgotla will be part of this specific speech, because none of the political parties really know, in as much as the likes of John Steenhuisen were quite confident that their policies will find expression in today's address. Not many know.
Indeed. So I think this has to be one of the most anticipated addresses by the president. But of course, we're now going to take a look at the next order of business, General. So this is where the president steps forward and just briefly tell us what's going to happen.
Now that the president is there, the National Ceremonial Guard and the band are on attention. They did not go on stand at ease. Now it's about time for them to go for the anthem, and that's what is happening now.
All right, General, just talk us through what we're seeing here, and also just perhaps the history of the 21-gun salute, because we know that it's the highest honor that can be accorded to the Commander-in-Chief.
Yes. You see now there's those 2 aides-de-camp from the Navy, is captains of the Navy, accompanying the President into Parliament. The gun salute, again, it is derived from ancient times where ships, battleships, when they are arriving at a particular town or city or harbor, they would empty their guns, and as a symbol of showing that they are coming for peace. Remember, if you come in one's house sailing in with weapons, the likelihood is that you might attack. So they would empty their guns. On emptying their guns, most of the battleships had 7 guns on them. And on the ground, the positions of the harbor security had 3 guns. Now, for every 7 rounds that are fired, 1 gun will go off. And then the second 7, it will be 1 gun going off. And then on the third one, it will be 1 gun going off. That 1 gun going off from the 3 guns is actually acknowledging that we know how many rounds you have. So on the 21st round, then it will be known that the guns are empty. So that acknowledgement of the 3 guns give the 21, 7 times 3, it gives them 21. And because of that, then it was taken through. Remember, defense forces take certain history and globally, and they fit to it. So what we are doing here, you'll find in any other defense force, for a head of state, when the president gets there, he will get a 21-gun salute. If a head of state visits the president, it will be the same.
General Mongo, it's been an absolute pleasure having you. And again, you know, every time we do this, you learn something new without fail.
Indeed, we do thank you for your time this afternoon, spending the time with us. Let's just listen into those natural sounds before we head back inside the Cape Town City Hall.
Of the National Council of Provinces, President of the Republic of South Africa.
Akana luko chena lichina naira, akana luko chena lichina ngamera. Ochena mtanga watch tata mutasa sinto mataliwe. Bendi makakaderi, kakatana murendi. Mata mera jinda la ponda, la nota mera na maburai. Rufula ponya, bedra masamu posisebe wewe watu. Afrika chipemba lorindana mishuma yao. Dekana riko stabilization, usina chokana chonakana. Hararo mama kona sinamkono. Watrawa matuwa utumuza uchikokobi. Utawa cheno utumamchiro, kama shaya na mfunze. Nananima musadima musa, atendao. Afrika chipemba lorindana musao. Afrika chipemba lorindana umana mkoni yao. Gango utaitatima sakala kala Afrika chipembe. Ganmaria utamera. Iwa mata melantita la fonda. Namu siruga pembela tumala Nelson Mandela Mandela. Dali bunga. Nona msila. Vele mambenzile. Yem. Ripara. Wamamuranga panda. Ere chetu wabo. Gango dimasakale deiteya. Umuhaga mkatia mahaga. Mata melantita la fonda. Kayenda mabanda mwangwe. Na todeti mwaneza chendeti. Mata melantita la fonda. Usara maposa.
now have a moment of silence or prayer. May we be seated. Order, honorable members. I can see some of you think the prayer was very short. I hope you did pray at home before coming here. Honorable members,
Thank you. Let's be seated, please. Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Togo Didiza, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, former President Thabo Mbeki, former Deputy President Baleka Mbete, former Deputy President Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, former Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Amos Masondo, I spoke to the two premiers of our provinces earlier today, Honorable Ntuli and Honorable Winde, and informed them that the thoughts of South Africans are with all those people who have been subjected to these terrible weather conditions, as they work to recover and rebuild their lives. I have asked honorable members, the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of the Council of Provinces to convene this joint sitting to formally open Parliament on a day that is full of meaning and significance in the lives of not only South Africans, but many people around the world. Today we celebrate the birth of the founding father of our nation and democracy, and a global icon of peace, justice, and reconciliation, President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Across our country and across the world, millions of people are marking this day with deeds of service and solidarity. Through their actions, they are giving life to a fundamental truth that we derive our humanity from the humanity of others. Umuntu ngumuntu ngabantu. Mutu kimutu ngabantu. Mutu ndi mutu ngabantu. Munu imunu ibanu bangwani. We are reminded of this day that we have a responsibility to each other, and that our well-being and our happiness cannot be separated from those of our fellow citizens, men and women, not only of our country but of the world. We are reminded that as we strive to progress and to prosper, we have a responsibility to ensure that no one is left behind. We, South Africans, are a diverse nation, a nation with different histories, different beliefs, cultures, and languages. Yet we are one people, and we share a common destiny. It is this common destiny that the people of South Africa have charged this Parliament and this government to consolidate and advance their destiny. Exactly 50 days ago, the people of South Africa went to the polls to decide the future of our country. Ahead of the elections, they had expressed their concerns and their hopes, their wishes, as well as their expectations. Through their votes, they determined that the leaders of our country should set aside their political differences and come together as one to overcome the severe challenges that confront our nation. They sent a clear message that without unity, cooperation, and partnership, our efforts to end poverty, unemployment, and inequality will not succeed. Guided by this directive from the people of our country, political parties from across the political spectrum have elected to establish a government of national unity. In an act that is unprecedented in our democratic history, 10 political parties represented here in our Parliament have agreed to craft a common program to build a better, more equal, and more just South Africa. They have come together despite their differences, and differences they have. They came together because they share a commitment to a nation that is united, prosperous, and inclusive. Through a statement of intent, these parties have made a firm commitment to respect the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa and the rule of law, and to promote accountability, transparency, integrity, and good governance. They have agreed to a minimum program as the foundation of the work of the government of national unity. The priority actions that arise from this minimum program received the full support of the recent Cabinet Lekgotla, which was held recently, which brought together newly appointed ministers, deputy ministers, and premiers from all our provinces. It also brought together local government representatives as represented in Salga, directors general and other key officials were also in attendance. These are the primary actions that we outline this evening that they decided on. Cabinet will be convening a further strategy session to consider the minimum term development plan, having moved from the medium term strategic plan, framework rather, the development plan which will translate the priorities that these parties have agreed to into a detailed plan, as well as the interventions that government will implement over the next 5 years. The medium-term development plan will set out a well-defined vision and strategic plan that outlines clear goals and includes specific, measurable objectives and a roadmap for achieving them. These goals will be properly aligned with the budget, which will support the implementation of these objectives. In all this work, the National Development Plan Vision 2030 remains the defining blueprint for our country's growth and development. We also draw inspiration from the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union's Agenda 2063 in crafting our medium-term development plan. The Cabinet Lekgotla underscored the determination of all members of the Government of National Unity to work together to advance the interests of all South Africans, without pursuing and promoting party political interests. It is about putting the people of South Africa first and foremost and advancing their interests. The Lekgotla noted with appreciation the commitment and great enthusiasm with which the newly appointed ministers and deputy ministers, as well as our premiers, have embarked on their duties. We will have seen many of them going throughout the country, immediately embarking on their tasks and outlining what their plans are. And some with great excitement, and some expressing their joy at having been appointed. And we all should rejoice as we see them. Honorable members, despite the achievement of 30 years of democracy and the work undertaken over the last 5 years to rebuild our economy and our society, millions of South Africans remain poor, unemployed, and they live in a highly unequal society. For a decade and a half, our economy has barely grown. The circumstances of the people of South Africa today requires that we act together as the Government of National Unity, as well as all key role players in our country, and that we act with urgency, boldly and decisively. The Government of National Unity has resolved to dedicate the next 5 years to actions that will advance 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We have decided to place inclusive economic growth at the center of the work of the Government of National Unity and at the top of our national agenda. Our experience over the past 30 years has shown that when our economy grows, jobs are created. When our economy contracts, there is no job creation, and in fact, some jobs are lost. The Government of National Unity will pursue every action that contributes to sustainable, rapid economic growth and remove every obstacle that stands in the way of growth. We are determined that growth must be inclusive and that growth must also be transformational. Inclusive growth must drive the redistribution of wealth as well as opportunity. It must support the empowerment of Black South Africans and women and all those who in the past had been relegated to the fringes of our nation's economy. This is part of the constitutional imperative to redress the imbalances of the past and deal with the slow process of development. Through empowerment and transformation, we can ensure that the skills, the capabilities, resources, and energies of all South Africans are used to the greatest effect. We will continue to pursue the programs that encourage broad-based Black economic empowerment, employment equity, and support to small and medium-sized enterprises. We will continue to protect and uphold the rights of workers and continually strive to improve the conditions in which they work and live. Inclusive growth demands that we affirm the position of the women of our country and the young people in the economy of our country. Inclusive growth requires that we remove the social, economic, and cultural and other barriers to the full participation of persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups in our country. We will support the growth of rural enterprises and invest in public infrastructure in underserviced areas across our land. We will increase funding to land reform, prioritize the transfer of state land, and improve post-settlement support by strengthening the institutional capacity of responsible structures. To achieve rapid, inclusive growth, we will need to fix our struggling municipalities. Growth happens at a local level where our people live and work. Our municipalities must become both the providers of social services and facilitators of inclusive economic growth. They must work to attract investment in their areas. This approach can encourage businesses to expand and create more jobs in municipal areas. Investors are generally attracted to areas that have reliable and modern infrastructure. Simplifying and speeding up planning and regulatory processes can make it easier for businesses to invest and operate in a municipality and this often leads to the creation of more and more jobs. As the national government, we have both a constitutional responsibility and a clear electoral mandate to assist municipalities in the effective exercise of their powers as well as their functions. We will ensure that the institutional structure and funding model for local government is fit for purpose and that municipalities are financially and operationally sustainable. Now, this we will do because our municipalities have been raising this over and over again. We will put in place systems to ensure that capable and qualified people are appointed to senior positions in municipalities and ensure independent regulation and oversight. As an immediate priority, we will also bring stability to governance in our metros and restore the delivery of services. Many of our metros have faced huge challenges that need to be attended to. We have already begun with this work. When I visited eThekwini Metro earlier this year, I met with the residents of the city, with local business leaders and municipal officials. They told me that they wanted to work together to build a city that they could be proud of again. We have put in place the eThekwini Presidential Working Group to enhance support from national and provincial government to turn the metro administration around and to fix the problems that they are facing in relation to infrastructure, water, sanitation, and also to focus on attracting new investment. This we shall do because eThekwini or Durban needs to be restored to its former glory, and this we should do. We will extend the same approach to other metropolitan cities that face serious challenges so that our cities can become engines of growth and become dynamic centers of opportunities for our people. In the next 5 years, working together as the government of national unity, drawing on our collective capabilities, we will forge a new inclusive growth path for South Africa by pursuing a massive investment in infrastructure. Significant projects are already underway around the country in areas such as transport, roads, water in the form of building dams, energy, and human settlements. We will massively increase the scale of investments in infrastructure through a more holistic and integrated approach, positioning Infrastructure South Africa as a central institution of coordination and planning. We are continuing to simplify the regulations on public-private partnerships. This process had stalled for a number of years, and we are now earnest and focused in simplifying this very way of engendering good infrastructure investment to enable greater investment in both social and economic infrastructure development. From our largest metros to our deepest rural areas, we have a clear intention to turn our country into a construction site. We want to see yellow equipment, yes, throughout our country, and cranes and roads being built, as well as dams, as well as bridges, houses, schools, hospitals, including broadband fiber that will be laid out as new power lines are installed. We must work to engender a culture of maintenance of public infrastructure and dedicate resources and establish systems to ensure this. Now, the culture of maintaining our infrastructure has declined over a number of years. We build infrastructure facilities and leave the maintenance thereof to a time when they've started to debilitate and collapse. Part of the process must be engendering a culture of maintaining right from the day they have been put in place. Now, as the Government of National Unity, we are resolved to intensify our investment drive, encouraging and enabling businesses to invest in productive capacity. These investments will lead to increased employment creation for unemployed South Africans, especially for young people. We will drive growth in labor-intensive sectors such as services, as it is happening now, and agriculture, which has a great potential to create jobs. Our menu... Yes, agriculture. Our manufacturing capability has declined over years. We do need to re-industrialize our country and make sure that we can create more and more jobs out of quite a number of sectors of our economy. To create more jobs for South Africans, we will also focus on processing our minerals so that we export finished products rather than raw commodities. It is actually quite sad to see us continuing to ship out rock, soil, and dust out of the ports of our country, and yet we can process a number of these minerals and ensure that we export processed products, finished products. That is what we will be focusing on. We will pursue a smart industrial policy that focuses on the competitiveness of our economy and that incentivizes businesses to expand our exports and to create jobs. We will continue to work with stakeholders to develop and implement master plans to grow important industries, to increase investment, to create jobs and foster transformation. Now, we will also review the various master plans that we have to see whether they're becoming as effective as we had envisaged. We are convinced that small, medium enterprises and the informal sector hold the greatest potential for inclusive growth and job creation. We will pay particular attention to supporting small and medium-sized enterprises in our townships, in our rural areas, and in areas that need focus. We will take economic activity to where most of our people live so that more and more jobs can be created. Red tape debilitates the creation of jobs. Every department and every public entity has been directed to reduce the undue regulatory burdens that hold back businesses from creating jobs. And this is an area that our ministers will focus on in the areas of their work, so that the various entities and the various structures of government ensure that the regulatory burden that we often impose on businesses must be eliminated so that our businesses can thrive and be profitable and create more jobs. We have demonstrated the value of public and social employment in creating immediate work and livelihood opportunities for many of our people. The Presidential Employment Stimulus, the expanded Public Works Program, and other initiatives under the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention have provided income, work experience, and skills development opportunities to many of our people, particularly young people and women. We will expand and institutionalize these programs so that more and more young people can participate in job opportunities and skills development. Now, through the Presidential Employment Stimulus, we have been able to create nearly 2 million work and livelihood opportunities. Yes, this is true. If you go to our schools, 25,000 of them benefited from the deployment of young people who came in as teacher assistants. Through this program, they gained a lot of experience, they gained a lot of know-how, and they got into the world of work. And many of them are now better equipped to be able to operate in the world of work. We see great potential for growth beyond our borders. As we strengthen economic diplomacy with our largest trading partners and potential trading partners, we will prioritize the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area to increase our exports to the rest of our continent. The rest of our continent is actually a wide open opportunity for South African businesses. As one goes around the continent, you often see products from other continents outside of our own. And this can be a real good opportunity for South African businesses. Sometimes as one goes around, you even see water imported from Europe, from Asia. And one often asks oneself, why can't this be done on the African continent? And this is an opportunity for the most industrialized nation on the continent to export to the rest of the continent. We will do this as part of our foreign policy approach, which promotes peace, security, democracy, and development across Africa and advances a more just and inclusive world order. Over the next 5 years, we will seize the enormous opportunity in renewable energy for inclusive growth. South Africa has some of the best solar and wind resources in the world. As we undertake a just transition towards renewable energy, our country must create a green manufacturing sector centered on the export of green hydrogen and associated products, We must move into electric vehicles and renewable energy components. We have seen, for example, how the Northern Cape has already attracted billions of rands of investment in renewable energy projects. Work is underway to set up a special economic zone in Bochubai to drive investment in green hydrogen energy projects. We have already a huge pipeline of renewable energy projects representing over 22,500 megawatts of new generating capacity, estimated to be worth around 400 billion rand in new investment. Investments such as these will inevitably create more jobs. Just this week, we saw the largest private energy project connect to the grid near Lichtenberg in the Northwest Province, with over 390,000 solar panels that will add 256 megawatts to the national grid. We will see more of these projects taking shape across the country in the months and years to come. As these investments reach fruition, more jobs will be created. Our Just Energy Transition investment plan sets out a clear path to invest more than 1.3 trillion rand in a just transition, including support for workers and communities in Mpumalanga and other coal-producing regions. Our country is undergoing a renewable energy revolution that is expected to be the most significant driver of growth and job creation in the next decade and beyond. We also have a unique opportunity to position our country as a major player in the digital economy and create jobs in digital services. We will invest in digital identity and payments, expand access to affordable broadband, and increase training for young people in digital skills. As we pursue these new areas of growth, we will continue with the far-reaching reforms that enable growth. At the same time, we will launch our second phase of Operation Vulindlela, a government-wide initiative that has been essential in supporting and driving reform. It resides in the Presidency, and the Treasury and the Presidency are hard at work to lead the reform process in our country. But more importantly, it is a process that has seen to the breaking down of silos in government, where various government departments cooperate together to ensure that we drive the reforms that we have embarked upon. In its second phase, Operation Vulindlela will focus on reforming the local government system and improving the delivery of basic services and harnessing digital public infrastructure as a driver of growth and inclusion. It will also focus on accelerating the release of public land for social housing and redirecting our housing policy to enable people to find affordable homes in areas of their choice. We will complete the most consequential transformation of South Africa's electricity industry in more than a century. Since the announcement of the Energy Action Plan that I announced here in Parliament in July 2022, we've made tremendous progress also in reducing the severity of load shedding that beset our country for a long time. Now, over the next 5 years, government will focus on expanding and strengthening the transmission network, the electricity transmission network that needs a great deal of expansion, but that also requires quite a lot of investment. To drive inclusive growth, we need an efficient freight rail network to carry our minerals, our agricultural produce, and manufactured goods to market. Through the implementation of the Freight Logistics Roadmap, we will continue with reforms to transform South Africa's freight logistics system. Now, the work that we are doing with business and unions through the National Logistics Crisis Committee has already contributed to improvements in the operational performance of freight rail and ports. The well-being of our people and growth of our economy depends on another important issue, which is water. South Africa is a water-scarce country, and our water security is threatened by historical underinvestment in bulk water resources and distribution infrastructure. We will therefore continue with the institutional reforms in the water sector to enable greater investment in bulk water infrastructure and better regulation of water services and sources across the country. And this will involve, yes, the building of the dams whose construction in a number of areas in our country is already underway, and ensuring that reticulation also takes place as we build these dams. Just as business needs water and electricity to operate, a growing economy needs skills. Where the skills we need are not immediately available, we need to attract people with the appropriate qualifications and experience to come and bolster our efforts. Now, in doing this, we will continue with the visa reforms that we introduced in the last few years to attract skills, but more importantly, to also attract investment, and also with a view of growing our tourism sector that is so important. And we will continue to pursue a macroeconomic policy that supports growth and development in a stable and sustainable manner. Like many other countries, we have had to borrow money to support our budgetary requirements. We will manage public finances with a view to stabilizing debt. We are firmly committed, to steadily reducing the cost of servicing our debt so that we can redirect funds towards other critical social and economic needs. Our second strategic priority as the Government of National Unity is to tackle poverty and the high cost of living. An effective, integrated and comprehensive poverty alleviation strategy is necessary to provide protection and support to the most vulnerable in our society. Even at a time when many companies are making large profits, millions of South Africans are suffering as a result of rising prices of everything they buy. As the Government of National Unity, we will look to expand the basket of essential food items exempt from VAT, and undertake a comprehensive review of administered prices, including, yes, the fuel price formula to identify and this we did for a while. When the prices of fuel just kept on rising, we were able to find a way in which we could stabilize the price. We will seek to find ways of addressing this challenge. Asset poverty is one of the underlying causes of abject poverty in our country, and this exacerbates the high cost of living amongst our people. The provision of title deeds for land and housing provides people with assets that they can use to improve their economic position. Income poverty is also one of the underlying causes of poverty. The best way to deal with poverty is for people to have jobs. We have, however, made interventions to support the unemployed through a variety of interventions, including during COVID, when we introduced the SRD grant. The SRD grant has provided a lifeline to millions of South Africans who are unemployed. We will use this grant as a basis as we move on for the introduction of a sustainable form of income support for unemployed people to address the challenge of income poverty. We must ensure that local governments properly implement the indigent policy so that the old, the infirm, and the poor are able to get assistance with the payment of basic services. Now, this is important. And importantly, we will link social assistance with other forms of support to lift people out of poverty. As a country, we need to appreciate the impact that a well-functioning and quality education system has on both reducing poverty and driving inclusive economic growth. We will therefore focus on achieving universal access to early childhood development, which is a prerequisite. And this, honorable members, is a prerequisite for improved learning in later years. We will ensure schools are conducive to deliver good education with enough classrooms, safe and appropriate sanitation facilities, clean water, and a daily meal for those children who attend our schools. To ensure that we produce the skills that our economy needs, we will expand vocational and technical training in schools and post-school institutions. And in this regard, we will seek to take a demand-led approach to skills development. An important task of the next 5 years is to ensure that we also reduce the high cost of living through ensuring that everyone in South Africa has equal access to equitable, accessible, and affordable quality health care. As we implement the National Health Insurance, we will focus on strengthening healthcare infrastructure, which many people during the debate and discussions on the NHI have said we should focus on. We will also improve the training of healthcare professionals and use technology to improve healthcare management. Now, while there is much contestation around the NHI, there is broad agreement that we must draw on the resources and capabilities of both the public and private sectors to meet the healthcare needs of all South Africans equally. In implementing the NHI, we are confident that we will be able to bring stakeholders together and that we will be able to resolve differences and clarify misunderstandings. Now, as the Government of National Unity, we have agreed that we will seek to build consensus around issues that we may not agree on. And there are a number of issues that we agree on. What unites us, we are united around many issues. And there are issues which we still need to find full agreement on. And yes, we will work hard to make sure that we do find agreement. Now, with so many people living far from economic opportunities and services, transport costs take up a large portion of many of our people's income and drive up the cost of living. We often hear reports that many of our people spend up to 40–50% of their income just on transport. An immediate priority is therefore to complete the recovery of the passenger rail network across the country to enable people to travel from outlying areas to cities at an affordable rate. Around 80% of commuter rail corridors are now back into operation, and nearly 300 vandalized stations have been refurbished, providing safer and more efficient services to commuters. The third strategic priority of the Government of National Unity is to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. We will proceed with the work already underway to professionalize the public service, ensuring that we attract into the state people with skills and capabilities. And I need to pause for a minute here that as the Government of National Unity, key people who are appointed into positions of ministers and deputy ministers, as they got into the office, the public service officials have managed this transition period extremely well, and I want to thank them for doing so. We will continue to fight corruption and prevent undue political interference in our administration of the state. In this administration, we will complete the work to restore the financial position and operational performance of our state-owned enterprises. We will complete the implementation of a new centralized ownership model for our state-owned enterprises. This will improve accountability, transparency, governance, and oversight, while reducing inefficiency and the potential for corruption. The establishment of a state-owned SOE holding company will give us even greater capacity, apart from everything else that this will benefit us for. It will give us greater capacity to build a sovereign wealth fund. This has been done successfully by other countries whose sovereign wealth funds have built up capital from the high performance of their state-owned enterprises rather than from the fiscus. So this is an important move. Now, to tackle crime and corruption, we must have capable, sophisticated, and independent law enforcement agencies that can fight complex and organized crime. We will deploy modern technology to assist crime fighting. A data-driven approach will be used to identify violent crime hotspots and inform the allocation of policing resources alongside prevention measures. We will continue to tackle priority crimes like illegal mining, gang violence, cash and transit heists, and the construction mafia through specialized police units. Now, we will continue to implement the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And we will expand victim support services like the Tutuzela centers and GBV desks in police stations. Now, 30 years ago, President Nelson Mandela stood before this House to reflect on the first 100 days of the first government of national unity, recognizing the different views of the diverse parties within that government of national unity. He said, "What brings us together is the overriding commitment to a joint national effort to reconcile our nation and to improve its well-being." Close quotes. The same may be said of this government of national unity that has now been established by 10 of the parties represented in this parliament. We share a commitment to reconcile our nation by advancing social justice and equal prosperity for all. We are committed to improve the well-being of our country and its people through inclusive growth, the creation of jobs, and the reduction of poverty. This is an undertaking that should involve all of us. On the occasion of the presidential inauguration, I made a commitment that we should work together to hold a national dialogue, to discuss the critical challenges facing our country, and to agree on what we all need to do to achieve a better future for this great country. Across society, people, organizations, foundations, and you name them, have expressed their support for a national dialogue. They have said it should involve all key stakeholders in the life of our country, representing civil society, traditional leaders, the faith-based sector, labor, business, cultural workers, sports people, and other formations representing the diverse interests and voices of our citizens. Following the example set by historic events such as the Congress of the People in 1955, the Conference for a Democratic Future in 1989, and the CODESA talks in the early 90s, and drawing on the experience of writing our Constitution in 1996, we envisage a national dialogue that involves extensive and inclusive public participation. As we have done at many important moments in our history, we will seek to forge a common vision and build a comprehensive social compact with a clear program of action to realize our people's aspirations for this beautiful country. Through this national dialogue, we are called to be agents of change, to be champions of inclusive growth, to be the creators of opportunity for all our people. A few years ago, a diverse group of partners and stakeholders from across society came together to consider various scenarios for the future of our country. These were called the Indlulamiti Scenarios 2035. One of the scenarios that they painted and described was called the recrimination nation, using the image of the bird, the loud hadida, as its symbol. This described a situation of inaction, where our country's problems go unresolved, and where everyone blames each other for South Africa's ills. This scenario painted a picture of our country going into decline. The second scenario that they painted and described symbolized a vulture. This painted a picture of a desperate nation governed by a populist coalition whose main objective is self-enrichment and patronage. Now, this scenario which seems to excite people so much, this scenario saw investment confidence being eroded, the growth path being low, and unemployment and poverty and inequality remaining extremely high. These fellow South Africans also described a scenario they called the cooperation nation, which was symbolized by social weaver beds. This scenario paints a picture where after disruptions and protests, there is a coming together of political parties, the state, the private sector, labor, civil society, coming together in order to jointly identify priorities and leveraging the strength of each. There is change as this scenario plays itself out in the form of governance and reform that leads to the economy growing with more investment attracted, leading to the reduction of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. By establishing the government of national unity, by preparing, yes, for this national dialogue I've spoken about, we have deliberately set ourselves along the path towards a cooperation nation. That's where we want to go. And we would like all of us as South Africans to behave like weaver beds. Weavers are amongst the most efficient and gregarious birds in that they build complex structures together, but more importantly, they cooperate. And this is the way we should go. Despite all the challenges, despite our differences, despite all the headwinds that we have faced, as South Africans, we are called upon to remain firmly committed to pursue the path of cooperation, of growth and inclusion. We are called upon to behave like weaver beds, building nests, and building this big South African nest that will be able to sustain all the people of our country. Earlier today, a group of South Africans, of South African climbers, reached the summit of Kilimanjaro. Now, as we know, this is the highest peak on our beloved continent. They did so in honor of the birth of the father of our nation, Nelson Mandela, and to celebrate the 30th anniversary of our freedom. This effort that they got involved in, or they are involved in, is called or known as Trek for Mandela expedition. Now, these climbers have been joined by other climbers from several countries around the world to help keep girls in school by raising funds for sanitary products and other needs. Now, this is an important part. And what they have done symbolizes what we should all take as an inspiration. Let their actions inspire us all. Let their achievement of reaching the summit of Kilimanjaro remind us that as the South African nation, there is no mountain we cannot climb and no peak we cannot reach. One remembers what Nelson Mandela wrote in his long walk to freedom, when he said he had walked and he had had a long walk and he had climbed a number of hills and he reached this top hill and surveyed the beauty of our country and said he should not tarry too long because there are many more hills to climb. As South Africans, we can summit many hills if we work together and we rise together. I want to conclude by referring and paraphrasing the words of Martin Luther King Jr. when he said, "Let us rise up tonight with greater readiness. Let us stand with a greater determination, and let us move on in these powerful days, these days of challenge, to make South Africa what it ought to be. We have a great opportunity to make this country a better nation. The coming together of all these parties that have decided to cooperate is quite a historic moment for our country, and we must make the government of national unity work and function and succeed." I am determined, and I've been grateful in talking to all the leaders of these 9 parties. I've been grateful that all of them have, with one voice, said, "Mr. President, we want this GNU to work, and we shall make it work." Thank you very much. May God bless South Africa.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We may take our seats. Order, honorable members. We thank the Honorable, the President, for a well-delivered address. After we have adjourned this joint sitting, members should rise and remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the judiciary has left and the ushers indicate that the doors are open. The procession, led by the usher of the Black Rod and the acting Sergeant-at-Arms, will leave the chamber in the following order: the Speaker of the National Assembly, the National Chairperson, the National Council of Provinces, the Chairperson, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, the Secretary of Parliament. That concludes the business of the day, and the joint sitting is adjourned. I forgot.
And welcome to our S3 viewers here on SABC News. And there you have it, the official opening of the 7th administration, the opening of Parliament for this new dispensation. And President Cyril Ramaphosa there taking us through what the line of march is going to be for his cabinet, and of course everyone in the country being asked to be weaver birds and weave this nation together. So Mfundo and Mzwai has joined us here. Very interesting, but I must just note at the end there, Mzwai, this is where it takes a lot longer, or it used to take a lot longer for the House to quieten down, because the ANC had an overwhelming majority and they would sing, you know, in praise of the president after delivering the speech. Quieten down very soon this time around.
Well, it is a different speech. I mean, something that we haven't witnessed before. And you could see even the tone, the language, and some of the focus areas are quite different. You know, we are so used to, even when you are not reading the speech, you already know when he's moving towards closure. Some of the things that he will start speaking about, he will start touching on the international issues. And then that's when you know that it's about then to be close. But you didn't hear any of that.
There they are bursting into song.
It's late now.
We spoke too soon, but nevertheless.
It's subdued. It's subdued. But Mzwai, you make a very good point, because generally we knew when he moves to foreign policy, he's rounding up his speech. Nothing on foreign policy.
In fact, Sakina, he was, I think, right at the beginning, said, we have decided that we are not putting the interest of the political party, but we will be looking at the interest of South Africa. It's South Africa first.
But I think it's important to talk about the 3 strategic priorities, because you spoke about driving inclusive growth as well as job creation. The second was reduce poverty and deal with the high cost of living, which I thought was quite important, and then build a capable and ethical state. I mean, he spoke at length, particularly on the first 2. Here, when talking about driving inclusive growth, and even when talking about the cost of living, if you heard there, he says something quite important I'm thinking throughout the week we'll speak of, which is expanding the number of products that are exempt from VAT. This was a call that the Democratic Alliance had been making for the longest time, that add to that basket of the products that are exempt. And I want us to talk about that at length, but I believe my colleague Bulelani already is standing by to give us reaction. Bulelani, it's over to you on the floor.
Well, thank you so much, Mfundo. We are going to be taking reactions from the different political parties. And first up is Wayne Thring, the Deputy President of the ACDP. Mr. Thring, firstly, the President's address, does it take the country in the right direction?
Well, I think let me firstly state that the ACDP is not a part of the GNU, and we certainly wish the President and those parties and members of the GNU well. South Africa needs a turnaround strategy. In the past, the President has actually spoken about structural reform, but we haven't seen, in fact, we've seen the opposite of structural reform. This is another lifeline with the GNU, in a sense, that has been thrown to the President. Many promises have been made, the President indicating that he's going to do things like growing the number of classrooms. The President speaks about inclusive economic growth. The President speaks about reducing the cost of living. The President speaks about a capable state. But what we are seeing, particularly in our committees, as we've been dealing with budget votes, are government entities that are now struggling because of a lack of finances, and they are going to be unable to develop and run out their particular programs. So what we are, as the ACDP, going to be looking at is how is the President going to do this, and is he going to keep to his word? When he speaks about early childhood development, is he going to keep to his word? When he speaks about building classrooms where there's water and flushing toilets for our children, is he going to keep to his word? When he speaks about fighting crime, is he going to keep to his word? And when the issue of Phala Phala is going to be raised, and we speak about ethical leaders, will the President be one of those ethical leaders, even on the issue of Phala Phala?
All right, thank you so much, Wayne Thring, the Deputy President of the ACDP. For more reaction, we cross over to Samkele.
Bulelani, we've got Rise Mzansi and EFF leader Julius Malema. I'm going to start with Rise Mzansi. Your response to the speech of the president?
I think it was a good speech. However, the proof is in the action. Like he said, we need clear action timelines. The priorities were right, but we've heard all of this before. What we need is clear funded commitments in the medium-term budget policy statement so that we know that the things that he promises are going to be done. Secondly, from each of those departments, we need to know what the specific actions are going to be, because it is in those things that Parliament can do its work and hold the executive accountable. The things that need to be fixed in South Africa are not complicated, and he mentioned all of them in his speech. However, we need action, we need urgency, and we need a change of thinking and a change of attitude from the executive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Songeza Ziba. I'm going to bring in Mr. Julius Malema, leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters and part of the Progressive Caucus. Mr. Malema, your response as the Economic Freedom Fighters to the speech of the President of the Republic?
Well, this was a waste of state resources, because there was nothing new that the President had said. Actually, he's always coming with a new identity of his office. Just in February, we were in Swallows. Today is a different thing altogether. It's very clear that the President has got no plan to transform South Africa for the better. Nothing about international relations, because that is a point of disagreement for this GNU. Nothing about the judiciary, and nothing about the land. He can't concretely say this is the amount of hectares we are going to give to our people. A pure lie that he created 2 million jobs, which we have never seen as the people of South Africa. So he spoke to us in February. He speaks to us on the same useless things that he's non-committal. If you look at that parliament today, the happiest people is white people in that parliament. The happiest people is the DA, because it's the biggest winner out of this GNU sellout government. President Ramaphosa has once more sold out South Africa like he did in 1994. When he did not attend Nelson Mandela's inauguration, which today he speaks very highly of him for opportunistic reasons. So we as the EFF are going to consolidate the progressive forces in this parliament and make sure that we hold this government accountable. We give this government just a year, and if it doesn't collapse within a year, it will not go beyond 2 years. We can guarantee South Africans a progressive government is coming in, which will transform the land, nationalize the banks, and ensure that there is enough jobs for all our people and fight poverty.
One of the key issues of the EFF manifesto when it comes to the beneficiation of the minerals of the country was touched upon. What is your view on the beneficiation of the minerals as exposed to exporting road dust and our minerals unbeneficiated?
He has spoken about beneficiation since 2017, when the ANC agreed to nationalize the Reserve Bank and ensured that the people of South Africa benefit from the minerals of our country. It's not for the first time he speaks about beneficiation. He is not going to be a part of people who are going to initiate beneficiation in South Africa, because exporting is to the benefit of his masters, and therefore he will never support a beneficiation in the country. He's just speaking about it because he has been president for the past 5 years. He has been deputy president for the past 10 years. Why hasn't he beneficiated in South Africa? Today, he's telling us about a solar plant that has given us 250 megawatts. But just recently, we have just received 800 megawatts from Eskom. And why is he not speaking about what our own state company is able to give us, but instead wants to promote the independent power producers at the expense of Eskom? So you can see that the man that is not for the state. The man is for the private sector. The man is for multinational companies. But what makes me happy is that you can see that is a wounded buffalo. We told you South Africa will eat this elephant piece by piece, and you saw it for yourself today. That confidence and that arrogance of February has gone through the window. And today, the man speaks like a man who has got no confidence and belief in what he's talking about. I won't be shocked tomorrow if I'm told that that speech was written by Helen Zille, because the DA kept on clapping until the last full stop.
On the issue of the formation of the state-owned holdings company, basically replacing Department of Public Enterprises, I know that your Treasurer General, Ompilo Moate, also the MP, has spoken extensively about public enterprises. Just on the state holdings company?
Well, they have collapsed the state-owned enterprises, and therefore they can't be telling us they are going to establish this or that after they've collapsed the state-owned enterprises. They create a problem and then come to us and say we'll solve the problem after creating the problem. We must first strengthen our own state-owned enterprises. If we want to grow the economy, if we want to create jobs, there is no economic development and any developmental state that is led by a private sector. It must be a state-led economic development.
You said you'll defend the ANC in Gauteng. I know Herman Mashaba has been negotiating with Panyaza Lesufi, Tata Morero and TK Ngiza. Will you also be forming part in that particular arrangement on the reconstitution of the metros in Gauteng?
They can go ahead. We don't have any kind of arrangement with the Action SA or anyone of that sort. We don't have an arrangement with the ANC. We're saying to you, if the ANC comes and the DA wants to oppose them, we'll defend the ANC in Gauteng because of the stance they took. That was a brave stand. That was an act of defiance to this nonsensical neoliberal coalition led by the DA. This is not led by the ANC. Helen Zille is the crafter of everything that is happening here. So Gauteng said we are not going to be Makabane ka Helen Zille, and therefore refuse that and will support them because that is a brave move. The ANC should have opted for minority government if it did not want to work with progressive forces. Instead, they decided to go in bed with reactionary forces who still have blood of our people on their hands.
Thank you very much, Mushabi. We shall meet on Thursday. That is the leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, who is leader of the EFF, Julius Sillo Malema, basically saying they are not happy with the president and saying that they will essentially not form part of the national dialogue. Over to you, Lulama Maja.
Thank you very much, Sam. I am joined by ATM leader Vuyolwethu Zungula. The president has spoken for the first time in this 7th parliament. As the ATM, what are you drawing from the speech?
Utatu Ramaphosa ulichule. He's very good at speaking, number one, particularly because he knows Okoba, the people that are there, particularly in the media space, do not interrogate what he's saying now versus what he said in the past. For example, he spoke about social contract as if it's a new thing. He spoke about it in 2019. He spoke about inclusive growth. So he speaks about all of these big themes, these big words, as if it is something that is new, because he knows that people are not going to interrogate whether, when he spoke about it in the past, was there any material difference in terms of the lives of the people? Because the results are there to show that unemployment is increasing, poverty is increasing, inequality is widening, and practically people are not enjoying their lives in South Africa. So in our view as the ATM, uthethile utata ewe, but akho nto ayithethileyo.
So in other words, you are saying that the promises he made in the previous administration, he never met?
Yeah, he spoke about a bullet train, for example. There's no bullet train. He spoke about a smart city. There's no smart city. He spoke about creating jobs. Unemployment is going up. So what he knows is that, yes, he's going to speak, make promises, but he knows that majority of journalists are not going to interrogate what he's promising versus what he had promised before. Remember, he started making sonars in 2018, beginning of the year in 2018. We are now 6 years or 7 years later, and I think this is his 8th sonar that was presenting today. However, look at the lives of South Africans from the time he came on as president versus now, from the context of unemployment, poverty, the cost of living. You can clearly see that under his leadership, South Africa is failing. So he knows very well ukuba akazuhlalutya ukuba lento ayithethayo ingaba ibambekile na. That is why enjoya uthetha jonga namhlanje udathetha ngotata uMandela as if abantu batya utata uMandela. Abantu abazutya tata uMandela because akakho utata. But he uses the legacy katata uMandela as a means of ukusithela abantu so that abantu bacifama all is well, whereas not all is well.
Thank you very much. That was ATM leader Vuyolwethu Zungula. Let me link to my colleague Bulelani.
Thank you, Lulama. From the chief whip of the FF Plus is now the leader of the FF Plus, Dr. Corne Mulder. A lot of anticipation around plans for job creation and growing the economy. Did the president appease the FF Plus?
I think to a large extent the President made all the right points. Quite clearly the commitment is there. First of all, a very strong commitment to the government of national unity that we welcome, obviously. And if one listened carefully to what the President basically said was that at the center of this whole initiative would stand the driving of strong economic growth. And I think that's very important. To us it's very important. I think that's the essence of where we need to go. The question I need to ask, unfortunately, is this. If you really analyze the speech of the President, most of these things have been said in the past. It's not new. And the question immediately arises, why was it necessary first to defeat the ruling party, to get the government of national unity to at last now take these things forward? I was concerned during the speech that the President basically referred to the program of the government of national unity, but in the end he said the right things when he referred to the national dialogue, because it's quite clear that political parties themselves will not be able to achieve these goals. Although we prescribe to these things and we think they're absolutely exactly what we need, if we do not get all of South Africa involved, especially the business community, civil society, and have a complete national dialogue, this will remain dreams. And I think it's important to implement that. I think we're on the right road.
The question is, how is he going to achieve this? Of course, as you've said, we've heard this before, but we're seeing very little results on the ground. How is he going to do this? You are part and parcel of the GNU.
Yes, you're absolutely right. As I've said, these things are not new. I think two things made a difference. I think there's a realization by the ruling party that they cannot do it alone, and that's why we've moved into the government of national unity. And the national dialogue must be a process where we get everybody in South Africa enthusiastically on board in terms of turning this country around, getting growth. The President made the point that for 15 years we almost had no growth. So dreams alone is not good enough. We need to make this thing work. We are committed to make a success of it, and I hope that everybody else will be on board as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Corne Mulder, the leader of the FF Plus here in Parliament. For more reaction, we'll cross back to you, Samgele.
Indeed, Bulelani, I am with the leader of the official opposition, Dr. Mandlakai John Hlophe. Dr. Hlophe, just the essence, the response of the MK party of the President's speech tonight?
Well, the starting point is to say President Ramaphosa is let me put it this way, he is a sophisticated liar, right? And who can lie with a very straight face. He knows no bounds when it comes to lying. The suggestion that his government has created more than 2 million jobs, while all South Africans, we know that is a lie. And I fail to see on what conceivable grounds he can justify the GNU in circumstances where there is no crisis in the country to begin with. The GNU was a deliberate and desperate attempt by the ANC of Ramaphosa to retain power. That's what it's all about. And everybody is excited because of the Blue Lives Brigade. We are truthful to our voters. We said all along we are not going to be part of an ANC government that is led by Cyril Ramaphosa. For that reason, we have nothing to do with the GNU, and today we launched our own forum, the progressive parties who are outside the GNU, trying to strengthen our own opposition.
Were there any aspects of the 3 priority areas the President spoke about that you were happy about as the MK when you look at the issue of beneficiation of the raw minerals?
Well, I know he's not telling the truth. He hasn't done it all along. Why would he start doing it now? What makes you think he would start doing it now? He has been in power for more than 5 years. Why would he start making that now?
What are some of the key priority areas do you as the MK party when it comes to the debate next week that you will be pushing across?
What we need is an agrarian revolution in this country. Agriculture is there. What we need is land that must be made available to our people. It will solve so many of our problems. It's an agrarian revolution that is needed. And also we need to develop infrastructure, particularly in rural areas. We live in rural areas. I don't think Ramaphosa has been to any rural area.
Thank you.
He's a man who lives in the city. You can see him. And I don't know who prepared the speech for him.
Who do you think prepared the speech?
Well, it was very clear it's the DA. That's why white South Africans were applauding when he was talking. It's the DA.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mandla Agayise Hlophe, who is the leader of the official opposition. Me and him have an engagement in about a month at your farm, right? We've got an engagement at your farm.
Yeah, sure.
That is Dr. Mandla Agayise Hlophe. They've got that particular engagement with him. Over to you, Lula Manja.
I am joined by the IFP leader, Velenkosini Hlabisa. He's also COGTA minister. Let's start talk about the IFP. As the IFP, are you satisfied with what the president's message was tonight?
I am very satisfied as the leader of the IFP because the president, he laid out the roadmap which emanates from our discussion in the Cabinet Lekgotla. The IFP joined the Government of National Unity because we're hitting the call. People of South Africa said, you must work together. And when we joined the Government of National Unity, we made a commitment that we want to take our country forward. The president actually responded to that and called and consolidated our coming together that in the 7th administration, we must press a reset button. We must make a turning point in the history of our country in ensuring maximum development and change in how things are done in delivering services to our people. And he mentioned something very critical. If you want to see a meaningful development, there must be stability in the local government sphere. This also talks well to me as a minister of COGTA that every development will occur if there is stability in local government level. The conducive environment for investors, if local government is stable, the municipalities will be able to deliver services. They will be able to fix roads that are damaged with potholes. If the local government is stable, the foreign investors and business people will find courage to invest in our country and people will see a meaningful change. I want to make a commitment that as IFP, we will be working together in the Government of National Unity to bring change.
It means then that you have a difficult task ahead, as some of the municipalities we have seen coalitions not being stable. If the backbone of the economy is the municipalities where there must be stability, what are you going to do to bring stability, especially in those municipalities that are unstable due to coalition governments?
What is very good, there is one voice about ensuring stability. The 10 political parties in the Government of National Unity will filter down that working spirit, that attitude to all municipalities that are under coalition government, and we will be giving every support to struggling municipalities financially, administratively, to ensure that they showcase to bring change during the 7th administration at a provincial and national government level.
Thank you very much for your time. That was the IFP leader as well as COGTA Minister Velenkosini Hlabisa. With that, to my colleague Bulelani.
Thank you, Lulama. We now speak to Agriculture Minister as well as DA leader John Steenhuisen. The opposition parties are noting that you've been clapping right through to the last full stop. They're arguing the speech has got the DA policies inked on it.
Well, I think that what you've got is a government of national unity, and what was expressed this evening is a synthesis of what we want to do to rescue South Africa and to get our country onto a better trajectory. So yes, there were elements there that the DA has been calling for, things like expanding the VAT-free basket of goods, the deregulation of the fuel levy, turning South Africa into a construction site. These are all sort of things that the DA has been talking about for a while. And this is what you're going to see, and this is why we've gone into government, because we want to be part of building South Africa. It's very obvious now that we have a parliament with one side, people have come together to build. The president used the analogy this evening of the weaver birds working and cooperating together. And you've got on the other side those who want to break. They want to destroy the Constitution. They want to destroy our democratic institutions. They want to destroy the rule of law in the country. And that is the juxtaposition that now sits in our parliament. The DA has chosen deliberately to be on the side of the builders in the country because we believe that the voters in the last election didn't give any party a majority, and they did that for a reason. They said, we want you to cooperate, to work together in our interests, not in petty partisan interests, but in our interests. Our country faces enormous challenges. There's a huge task ahead of us, but we know that we've overcome many difficulties in the past, but we've only overcome those when we've come together as a nation.
The plans for job creation and growing the economy, will they take us far enough in terms of making a dent in the high levels of unemployment?
Well, absolutely, because you've got to grow the economy to create jobs. The growing economy is the rising tide that lifts all boats. And each of our departments are now going to have to focus on how do we maximize job creation. I see agriculture as a huge opportunity to absorb large amounts of unskilled South Africans who are unemployed, agro-processing as well. And we need to turn each of our ministries into engine rooms of economic growth and job creation. I believe that the investment and the confidence now of the markets in South Africa, that we've averted a doomsday scenario and now have a government of national unity that's working together and cooperating with common purpose, has given the markets confidence that we are open for investment, we're serious about business, and we're pushing our reform agenda now into top gear so we can start to see the real impact on the ground amongst our citizens.
Thank you so much, John Steenhuisen, the DA leader as well as the Agriculture Minister. For more reaction, we'll cross back to you, Samgele.
Indeed, Bulelani, we've got the UDM Deputy President Ngabayomzi Kwankwa. Mr. Kwankwa, just your response as the UDM to the speech of the President, knowing that you are effectively part of the GNU now.
Yeah, but I'm a party leader for the UDM in Parliament, so I have to focus on holding the GNU to account. No fear, without fear or favor or prejudice. The other issue is when I followed the speech from where I was sitting, it sounded more to me like a statement of intent, because the President did not give an account or a report of the work done in the last 5 years. You must remember that he was President of South Africa in the last 5 years. All that has happened now is that it's a new arrangement, but he's still the head of government. So I'd expected a bit of detail insofar as the work done in some of the gaps, but I think overall he was able to touch on the most important issues: reindustrialization of the South African economy, dealing with the energy constraints, trying to reignite growth, dealing with issues of unemployment, inequality and poverty in our country. But I suppose since there is no plan yet, the medium-term plan, development plan that he was talking about, it's still work in progress. Once that is actually brought to us, we'll be able to contribute to it, scrutinize it and see how it can actually be implemented effectively.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ngabayomzi Kwankwa from the UDM. Mr. Posa leader Musi Maimane.
Yes,
Mr. Maimane, just your response on the speech of the President tonight?
Look, I think that many South Africans would not disagree on many of the ideals the President spoke about. These are things we've been speaking about in the last number of administrations and a number of years. So as I said through the speech, much of it I felt like I'd heard a lot of the information that the President was putting forward. The issue for government is not the plans, it's not these GNU type things. The issue for government is about implementation and accountability and financing for that. So tonight I wanted to hear more of a decisive, here's our goals, here's how you can measure against those goals. To defer them to the next Lekgotla is not good enough. The NDP says we need a 5% GDP growth. The President needed to commit to that. How do we finance around energy and logistics? That is vital, even though you can mention much of the plans around Transnet and Eskom have been put in place, but none of them have been realizable. Actually, the plans in the NDP, only 25% have ended up on annual performance plans. So for me, our job now is to say, now that we've solved for the politics, how do we move on to make sure that there's policy and a program of action that goes forward?
Thank you very much, Mr. Maimane. I'm just going to try and bring in the ANC spokesperson, Zuko Kodlimpi, but off he goes into the sunset. And essentially, that is the response of Posa leader Musi Maimane and also the leader of UDM, Ngabayomzi Kwankwa, the Deputy President. Over to you, Lula Mancha.
Thank you very much, Samgele. I am joined by PAC leader as well as Minister of Land and Rural Development, Mzwanele Nyonso. Mr. Nyonso, as the Minister in charge of Land and Rural Development, the President has spoken talking about how they're planning to stimulate economy. But it all starts with access to land and land ownership.
He even spoke about the fast tracking of title deeds so that our people can do business well. He even spoke about rural roads, which are part of rural development, which means in this department we are going to start our work tomorrow and make sure that land is redistributed and make sure that rural areas are developed. We must work hard and make sure that we stop the urbanization of our people from rural areas to the big cities to look for jobs. They must use the land they have where they stay. We must support them and make sure that they plow the land. We must make sure that they get fresh produce from where they stay and even have job opportunities. And that is going to work. We're happy with what you are saying.
There was also an outcry during the budget debate here in Parliament about the allocation to rural farmers. Some not even have cold storage for vegetables. Anything that you're going to do about that?
Yes, definitely. Some of the issues we are going to have to meet with the Minister of Finance together with the DG and talk to him and show him the realities that are faced by farmers, the realities that are faced by African people, the realities that are faced by farmers, small farmers. And you must also remember that as part of our responsibility, one of them is to make sure that military veterans get farms and land.
Thank you very much. That was PAC leader as well as the Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development, Mzwanele Nyonso. With that, Bulelane, take it over.
Thank you so much, Lulama. Of course, the President clustering three themes in his speech around the issue of where government is going to focus, creating jobs and an inclusive economy, fighting poverty and the high cost of living, as well as building a capable state. Athol Trollip is the parliamentary leader for Action SA. Thank you for joining me. These three themes that the President has highlighted, is that a good analysis of our country's challenges?
Well, first of all, I think he's missed the boat a little bit because I didn't hear any original thought. There's a lot of regurgitation of personas and, other parties. It looked like he picked up our manifesto and was reading it. So that's fine. He was obviously selling his new government of national unity. That's his responsibility. He's put this new government together. But we as South Africans wanted to hear forecasting on how he's going to grow the economy, how he's going to restore our really poor international reputation, about the fact that we're still grey-listed for poor financial management, for corruption. He mentioned very little about corruption and crime. You can't carry on doing the same thing expecting different outcomes. He spoke about revitalization of rail. The question is, why did they allow the rail to be vandalized and dismantled to the extent that it is?
Indeed, Bulelani. But I'm going to bring in the former mayor of Johannesburg, who also happens to be the leader of Action SA, Mr. Mashaba. Just your response to the revival of the metros as espoused by and said by the president in this particular speech, noting the discussions you are having around those particular metros in Gauteng.
Look, one thing we must accept as South Africa, that if the Gauteng metros are not going to function, South Africa will never really work. And that's really something that we as Action SA feel that we need to really engage in ensuring that we can actually be the ones actually saving those metros, making sure that they work, because we've really tried over the last, ever since I left as a mayor of the city of Johannesburg in November of 2019, we've really seen one mayor after the other, including after the 2021 local government elections. We tried our best as Action SA to form a stable government. Unfortunately, DA sabotaged the whole process. Right now, after these recent elections, the metros are in a paralysis, more especially Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni, and we believe for us as Action SA, with the numbers, with the massive numbers that we're sitting with, to sit back and not do anything about it, we will actually not only be failing our country, we'll be failing future generations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herman Mashaba. We'll move around with other interviews. We had spoken to Ethel Trollip just before we spoke to you now, but thank you very much for this particular session. I'm going to bring in Zuko Kolimpi, spokesperson of the ANC, or the chief whip, but let's speak to you, Mr. Kolimpi. The essence, your response to the speech of the president. Are you happy as the African National Congress?
As the African National Congress, we're quite happy. It is reflective of the thrust of the ANC manifesto. It's reflective of the statement of intent of the GNU. It also outlines what the government must do on critical areas of delivery. Spoke very specifically about the problems of local government and what we need to do to deal with that issue. It spoke very impressively about the need to recalibrate the South African economy, especially focusing on industrialization and manufacturing. It spoke about the problems of policing that we've got to tackle. So broadly speaking, the address by the president was quite reflective of the issues that are burning South Africa. And of course, the national dialogue. We need all South Africans to put their shoulder on the wheel in mapping out what is it that South Africa should do, and different social partners must commit to specific tasks that they are willing to perform in order to fit into that national vision.
What is going to be the methodology of this particular national dialogue that you seek to embark on, which has been proposed by former President Thabo Mbeki as well, and a number of foundations alongside the Thabo Mbeki Foundation?
The modalities of it are still going to be worked out, but the substance of it is simple. You want the broadest cross-section of South African society. So you want the foundations of the senior leadership of South Africa, but you also want grassroots structures, community organizations, civil society formation, NGOs. You want organized political formations as well to come to the fore. You want the student movement. You want the church itself. You want virtually all social agents who can say, we have a stake in South Africa, we are prepared to commit to its future, and we have something to say about that vision. So what modality that will take, it will be mapped out between government and other social partners who have views about how it must be done. But it's urgent, it must be done, not in 6 months, not in 3 months if possible. It must be done as soon as possible.
Is there a divergence in the GNU, particularly on South Africa's foreign affairs policy? There was nothing in the speech of the president on these international relations issues, knowing how vociferous you were on the Palestine-Israeli war, on the Russia-Ukraine war as well.
In fact, the president did speak about our foreign policy, but focused specifically on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement about building a better Africa and a better world. On the front of international relations, especially the Palestinian question, there is no divergence in the GNU, because if you recall, all the political parties agreed that South Africa's foreign policy will remain rooted in progressive internationalism, a commitment to human rights, a commitment to peace, a commitment to a politics of anti-war. On those grounds, there is no divergence. Yes, some political parties within the GNU had expressed contradictory positions to what the South African government had raised, but the underlying principle cannot be faulted. And if anybody has a different view, they know what the GNU statement of intent says about reaching sufficient consensus or moving back against it, and there's a deadlock mechanism that tells us what to do if you want to change on policy. So as far as that is concerned, South Africa's foreign policy remains intact, it remains coherent, our position on South-to-South cooperation remains as it is, our BRICS commitments remain as they are, our solidarity with the people of Palestine remains as it is, our case in the ICJ against the State of Israel remains as it is, our bilateral relationship with the United States of America remains as it is, our bilateral bilateral relationship with the United Kingdom, with the EU, all of that remains. So essentially, South Africa's non-aligned stance, but its commitment to broad cooperation with all state actors in international relations, but also its commitment to a solidarity politics with the South, it remains unchanged. It will remain like that. And the President did not have to explain much on that because there's no basis to worry about it changing.
Mr. Kolhimbi, when you look as the Deputy Minister of Trade and Industry, particularly around beneficiation, what are some of the plans that you have as DTI on the issue of beneficiation of South Africa's raw minerals as opposed to exporting raw dust, gold, platinum as it is, titanium as it is, iron ore as it is, instead of beneficiating it?
So two things, during the budget vote, the Minister of Trade and Industry did explain this point. We need to first remove the binding constraints to productivity, solve the energy problems, solve the rail problems, but also deal with much more strategic policy issues like what? We are now thinking about reviewing the tariff regime of the South African logistics network. You've got to lower the cost of transporting finished products as opposed to having a low cost of exporting only raw commodities. But the other issue is that we are now discussing a transversal policy coordination that combines the mandates of mining, the mandate of the DTIC, the mandate of the SOEs in order to have a coherent state policy that empowers beneficiation and improving our manufacturing capability in South Africa. So that position that the President was outlining today about beneficiation and reducing our export of raw minerals is consistent with departmental policy and the work that we'll be doing in this 5-year term.
In 1 second, will the hearing of former Jacob Zuma be physical next week?
No, it will be virtual. We released a statement to that effect yesterday.
So you're not allowing for any physical engagement?
It is a virtual thing. It will be virtual as it was virtual yesterday. Even the pre-trial hearing today between the representative of former President Jacob Zuma and the NTC was virtual. The session next week on the 23rd on Tuesday will be virtual at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zlukoko Zimpe, the spokesperson of the ANC. Over to you, Bulelani, with Matthew Parks of COSATU.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Dean McPherson. Mr. McPherson, the President spoke about in this administration creation of jobs, stimulating the economy, and I guess your department, Public Works, is key in generating money from the buildings that are being rented as well as on infrastructure. What are the key issues that were pointing to you from the speech?
Well, I really took heart in the President saying that he wants to turn South Africa into a construction site. That's what I took to the Cabinet, Lekgotla, last weekend. It's what I've been talking about for the last 2 weeks, and I think that the President's spot on that we need to use infrastructure development to grow our economy and create jobs. I think the other key observation by the President was about using Infrastructure South Africa to be a central focal point for infrastructure planning, packaging and delivery, because they're able to attract financing from both domestic and foreign sources to be able to match the funding from Treasury. So that's going to be really key. But he also wants Infrastructure South Africa to be able to look at infrastructure in a holistic manner and way in which we don't have this fragmentation of infrastructure. So that's really going to be key. I also really support the President's call around fighting back against the construction mafia, absolutely key as they continue to try and hold back projects. Of course, we aren't as excited about NHI and the discussions around BE, so we're still going to have some discussions and talks within Cabinet and within the GNU about how we're going to find each other, but there seems to be a commitment to do so, and that is at least welcomed.
Thank you very much. With that, let me hand over to my colleague, Bulelani.
Thank you, Lulama. Of course, Labour has also been watching on the sidelines. COSATU is here with me, the national spokesperson, Matthew Parks. Should the workers rejoice or be sad after the speech?
Look, I think we're pleased. He spoke to the issue we've asked government to speak to, respecting workers' rights, improving their living and their working conditions, fixing the state, giving support to Eskom to end load shedding, fixing transit and metro rail so we can unlock the economy so workers can get to work on time, intervening in municipalities where there have been real problems of paying workers, collapsing municipal services, investing in public services which workers depend upon, and also specifically issue we had also pushed hard for, like expanding the presidential promise stimulus to help young people enter the labour market, taking the SOD grant and transforming into a universal basic income grant so you don't leave anybody behind in society. He spoke very firmly in support of the national health insurance about rolling it out. So I think we don't have any fault with the issues he spoke to. It's what the issues that we've been calling for. Progressive issues can have a huge impact on the economy. What I think key for us is that when we get to the budget speech in October in Parliament, Treasury mustn't misbehave. They mustn't pickpocket these progressive objectives and cut them to the bone. We need to see the resources, the rands and cents being allocated to it. We need to see very clear timeframes for when are we going to implement them. Eradicating the school pit latrine, for example. That we need to see. But also we need to see Parliament playing its role in holding the executive accountable for implementation. Because the commitments are good, they're progressive, they're what we ask for. What we really need to see for workers to be happy to see implementation on the ground.
On the issue of this government of national unity, a lot of these political parties that are on the opposition benches are saying that we've heard all of these plans before, but we've seen very few deliverables.
So that's what needs to happen, because I don't think any sober person can fault the progressive objectives of a national health insurance, of comprehensive social security. And what we need to really see to say it can move with speed, because at times government has very progressive policies. We allocate money in Parliament to it. Then you find municipalities which are so dysfunctional, returning monies unspent to Treasury at the end of the year. And that's a crisis. We can't afford to have that. Not only have an unemployment rate of 42%, when we have entrenched levels of poverty, of inequality, of crime and corruption. But I think also to be fair to government and to the President, we've seen real progress in many critical areas, from ending load shedding to rebuilding transit. We've begun to see some progress in that regard. We've seen remarkable turnarounds within the South African Revenue Service, where not so long ago it was subject to state capture. Revenue was collapsing. We're now seeing a remarkable turnaround because government invested in competent management, hired additional staff, invested in the capacity. So if we can replicate that model across the state, then we can turn things around. But what we don't have is a luxury of time. Society is correctly impatient, is correctly irritated, and they really want to see government delivering.
Matthew Parks, thank you so much. He is the national spokesperson for COSATU. For more reaction, we'll cross back to you, Samkele.
Well, Bulelani, we with the leader, Gayton McKenzie, here just to get an essence of Ons Baiza's response to this address by the President. Mr. McKenzie, just your response from the President?
One of the best speeches by President Cyril Ramaphosa. Very pragmatic, very futuristic. And what I like the most is that he acknowledged where we lack as government. Like, for instance, in the metros, like in local government. But he's also given us how is he going to fix that. This is one of the best speeches by the President. The GNU is going to fly. We are that weaver bird that he spoke about. And I can tell you, we got our ducks in a row. And when he said that South Africa is going to look, you're going to see yellow plant everywhere. It's going to look like a construction site. I nearly stood up and clapped, and I'm very excited.
Is this GNU going to last? The EFF says it's going to last a year, maximum 2 years?
The EFF said they are the government in waiting. For 5 years, they've been telling us they are government in waiting. They are still waiting. I'm even a minister today. So the EFF is not an indicator of what's going to happen in the future. The EFF wish this GNU is going to last. This GNU is going to last. We are going to work. We're going to build South Africa. We can't take the EFF serious now talking about the GNU. How do they know the GNU is not going to last? They're outside. They don't know how we smile inside. They don't know how we deal with our issues inside.
How do you deal with the issues inside on political divergence?
Very, very respectfully. And we have taken a posture of we are going to where we differ. We go for consensus. So you can't have there's a contestation of ideas. You can't have all your ideas being accepted. I want abahambe. If it was up to me, abahambe, but I have to be realistic and accept that I didn't get 50+1. So I have to listen to other views there, not losing my view. But democracy should prevail, even in contestation of ideas.
So from abahambe to abahlali?
I will never leave abahambe. Abahambe, abahlale, abajima, everything.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gayton McKenzie. Over to you, Lula Mamacha.
Thank you very much, Samkele. I am joined by the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies, Soli Malatsi. Solly, a lot that the president put emphasis on technology, and I guess that your hands are going to be full.
Definitely, and it's also exciting because it means that there is a recognition of the strategic importance of the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies in terms of driving digitization in government to give members of the public a better experience when looking for government services digitally, but also to empower South Africans to be connected, because technology is the driving source of life. When either you are a young kid who wants to be connected to get learning material on it, or you are an entrepreneur who's looking to start their business and look for funding opportunities, and also to make sure that we remove, I like the president's emphasis on each and every department having a focus on removing legislative obstacles and regulations that have previously made it difficult for private and public partnerships to enter the market, so that we can drive inclusive growth. And our emphasis is going to be on driving the digital economy and making sure that it is the largest contributor to job creation in our country.
Do you think that you're going to make it in removing those barriers that have been there before? Because some of the things that he spoke about them before, but we will find out that we missed the deadlines.
Yeah, look, I think the difference now is that unlike in previous years, you now have a government of national unity that will be able to hold the president accountable internally. But if you also listen consistently to that emphasis, it shows that there is a recognition that in order to reduce the pressure that our fiscus is receiving, we need the economy to generate money, we need the economy to create jobs, so that the state can stop spending more money on state-owned enterprises and spend that money on social services to improve people's lives.
Thank you very much. That was the Minister of Communications and Digital Technology, Solly Malatsi. With that, back at the studio.
All right, thank you very much to my colleague there, Lula Mamaja, speaking to Solly Malatsi. Very interesting, Mzwandile, what we just heard from Solly Malatsi, stating that with everything that he heard from the president speaking extensively on technology, that he felt that his department is in fact strategic for the greater development of our economy.
And then, of course, if indeed they want to have this revolution in terms of the modernizing of the economy and everything that goes with communication, his department is very key. And let's see if that is being done. And interestingly, he says they also will hold each other inside accountable. Let's see that happen.
It's going to be interesting. I am salivating at the prospect of sinking my teeth deeper into the granular detail of this particular speech. You know, Nomfundo, you mentioned before we went down about the basket of essential food items that will be exempt from VAT. And I couldn't help but think in that moment, when the president talks about these large companies making huge profits, I remembered Neil Froneman, the CEO of Sibanye, who got a 300 million rand pay from a bonus, including his bonuses. And then you talk about reducing the VAT, increasing the VAT basket. We've got to think bigger as a country.
A lot of detail will be quite crucial and key in how they move forward in crafting that which they've presented to us as a plan. This is a plan for the next 5 years. Yes, the president said they are going to a cabinet strategy where they'll flesh out all these things. I can't wait to see what exactly they'll be saying, particularly where we have questions.
Indeed. Quite an important meeting that they'll be having. So they called it the medium-term development plan. That will be with all cabinet ministers. Honestly, very interesting one, but we'll keep a close look on that particular one, where they'll craft or refine some of the strategies. But that's where we leave it for this evening. Thank you very much for joining our special broadcast of the opening of Parliament address. We actually leave you with a montage, Sakina.
It's been an absolute pleasure, and of course a great job by the colleagues outside as well. We've braved the weather and all the other elements. We've made it, and this is how we say goodnight to you.